One day, when the great saint was still in his mother's womb, an incident took place. His father, Hazrat Abu Saleh Musa Jangi Rahmatullahi Alaihi, was away from home on some particular business. His pregnant elderly mother, Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi, was alone in the house, absorbed in the worship of the Almighty Lord of the worlds. There was no one else in the house besides Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi. At that moment, a beggar came outside the house and, reciting La ilaha illallahu, asked for alms. This beggar was actually a thief of wicked character. When the beggar stood at the door asking for alms, Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi suspended her worship and prepared to give charity. The devout woman Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi never turned a beggar away, disappointed. Giving charity had become a part of her worship. As long as there was food or wealth in the house, the kind woman would give it away. She would not hold anything back, even for her own possible needs. That day too, she thought she would not disappoint the beggar. But how would she give charity? There was no one else in the house, and it would not be right to go before the beggar unveiled. Thinking this way, some time passed. The beggar, receiving no response from within the house, called out again in a most pitiful voice, saying, "I have been fasting for 3 days. Whoever is in the house, give me some food. Save my life. I cannot bear the pangs of hunger. Have mercy on me." Hearing the beggar's pitiful plea, Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi became distressed. But what could she do? She could not figure out how to give food and drink to the beggar. There was no one around, and there was no male in the house whom she could send with food to the beggar. Meanwhile, receiving no response from inside the house, the beggar crossed the courtyard, came to the door of the house, and in a pitiful voice said again, "Have mercy on me. I am distressed by the pangs of hunger. My life may leave me at any moment. I cannot bear it any longer." Saying this, the beggar sat down at the door, groaning and moaning in agony from hunger. From inside the house, Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi could sense the beggar's pitiful state. Her heart melted. If the beggar were to die of starvation at her door, how would she stand before Allah on the Day of Judgment? What answer would she give? Her heart trembled at the fear of the hereafter. She carefully arranged some food on a plate from inside the house, maintained her veil with utmost caution, and passed it to the beggar from behind the door. Meanwhile, the beggar, observing this delay and looking all around, thought that surely there was no male in this house and the woman was alone inside. The dishonest beggar had earlier feigned weakness from hunger, but by this time, wicked intentions rose up in him. He thought the woman was alone in the house, and this was the perfect opportunity to plunder some wealth, and if possible, even fulfill his evil desires. He stood up straight and prepared to enter the house. Seeing the beggar's condition, the chaste and devout Hazrat Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi ran to a corner of the house. To protect her honor and purity, she raised her hands to the court of Allah and prayed, "O Lord of the worlds, protect me. Nothing is hidden from you. You are all-knowing and all-aware. You are my Savior." Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi's prayer was immediately accepted at the court of the Almighty Lord of the worlds. In an instant, a huge tiger came from somewhere and with a terrifying roar leapt onto the beggar's neck. Without giving him any chance to do anything, the tiger broke the beggar's neck in a moment and tore his body apart. Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi could not understand what had happened. In an instant, the tiger did this deed and vanished. By the will of Allah, she was saved from the imminent danger. What was the secret behind this incident? The secret was that the great saint Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, from within his mother's womb, had observed his mother's impending danger. By Allah's signal, his blessed soul came out from the womb, took the form of a tiger, killed the beggar, and protected his mother's honor. Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi during his childhood, once related this incident to his mother when the subject of maternal affection came up. Hearing this miraculous incident of days past from her son's mouth, she came to know that her son was the one who had appeared that day in the form of a tiger and protected her honor. This was possible only through Allah's power. The friends of Allah are Allah's beloved servants. By Allah's command, they establish such examples in the world by which people gain immense benefit and become aware of Almighty Allah's boundless power. These deeds of Allah's friends are called Karamat. Meanwhile, the pregnancy of the great Saint Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi's mother, Sayyida Khair Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi, reached 10 months. A flood of joy flowed in her heart. The auspicious moment was not far away. The child was moving in her womb, telling her that soon he would see the light and air of the world. The devout woman Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi moved about with great care. During the past 10 months, she had seen several dreams through which she became certain that the person in her womb was no ordinary human of the world, but was coming as a great personage. In the first month of pregnancy, Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi dreamed that the mother of humankind, Hazrat Hawa alayhi salam, came before her and said, "O Fatima, you are a fortunate woman of the universe. The child that has come into your womb will be the leader of the community of saints. Remain vigilant always." In the second month, one day Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi again saw a dream in which the wife of Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salam, Bibi Hajira alayhi salam, stood at her bedside and said in a sweet voice, "O fortunate one of humankind, Fatima, by the power of Almighty Allah, in your womb has come the greatest of Allah's friends in the knowledge of divine truth. Remain always devoutly engaged in the praise of Almighty Allah." In the third month, the great saint's mother again dreamed that the wife of Pharaoh, the chaste and noble Hazrat Asiya alayhi salam, was saying to her, "O devout and Allah-loving Fatima, I am giving you good news. You are fortunate and possess great honor. In your womb is the appearance of the world's unparalleled friend of Allah. Remain very careful." In the fourth month of pregnancy, one night in her dream, Sayyida Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi saw the world's most astonishing woman of paradise, the honored Hazrat Bibi Maryam, who is the virgin mother of Hazrat Isa alayhi salam. She said, "O Fatima, the child growing day by day in your womb is the world-renowned greatest of saints, Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Therefore move about very carefully." The fifth month arrived. In this month too, one night Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi dreamed that the honored woman of paradise, wife of the great Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Khadijatul Kubra Radiallahu Ta'ala Anha, was saying to her, "O devout and fortunate one, in your womb is the appearance of a brilliant jewel of the religion of Islam, Allah's beloved servant Muhyiddin. You must remain very careful." In this way, in each month of pregnancy, the pregnant Sayyida Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi received good news in dreams. In the sixth month, Hazrat Aisha Siddiqa Radiallahu Ta'ala Anha. In the seventh month, the mother of Imam Hassan and Hussein radiallahu ta'ala anhu, the leader of the women of paradise, the beloved daughter of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Fatima radiallahu ta'ala anha. And in the eighth and ninth months, the honored pregnant wife of Imam Hassan radiallahu ta'ala anhu, Zainab radiallahu ta'ala anha, and the honored pregnant wife of Imam Hussein radiallahu ta'ala anhu, told her in dreams about the appearance of Ghausul Azam, Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, and advised her to be cautious. Thus she passed 10 months in great joy. By the command of Almighty Allah, the time came. 10 months passed. It was the year 471 Hijri, the 19th of the month of Shaban. As soon as evening fell, the people of Jilan city began to gather in the fields to sight the moon of the holy Ramadan. but clouds gathered in the sky, the sun set. No one could see whether the moon had appeared in the cloudy sky. Night fell gradually. As the night progressed, lightning began to flash in the sky. Soon, a violent storm and rain began. The inhabitants of Jilan, terrified by the sudden storm, began to pray to Allah, the Lord of the worlds, for deliverance. But the storm did not stop quickly. The intensity of the terrible storm increased. Hail began to fall. Praise of Allah increased in every home. In pitiful voices, everyone sought Allah's help to be saved from the storm and rain. 3 watches of the night passed. Not much remained until dawn. At just this time, the devout woman Khair Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi's labor pains began. She was distressed by labor pains. Meanwhile, the great saint's father, Abu Saleh Musa Rahmatullahi Alaihi, tried in this difficult time to go outside the house to get help from some neighboring woman, but he failed because of the storm and rain. When Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi became distressed by labor pains, at just that moment several women entered her house. They informed the ascetic Abu Musa Rahmatullahi Alaihi that they had come to help Khair Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi. This gave him considerable relief. He sat waiting eagerly for the auspicious time. The eastern sky brightened. The time for the Fajr call to prayer was near. At this moment, Khair Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi's difficult labor ended. The great saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi arrived on this earth. A flood of joy flowed through nature. The sky, the air, the mountains, and the countless creatures of the world welcomed the birth of the auspicious child. Seeing the moon-like face of the exceedingly handsome son, the women present who had helped expressed gratitude to Allah and began to care for the child and mother. Seeing her beautiful infant son in her lap, Khair Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi forgot all her labor pains and offered thanks to Almighty Allah. Meanwhile, the father, ascetic Abu Saleh Musa Jangi, upon receiving the good news, delivered the auspicious news of the birth of his son to the neighbors. Before morning had fully arrived, countless neighbors came to see the newborn and, upon seeing him, began to praise Allah. A wave of joy and delight swept through. All observed that the newborn child was extraordinarily beautiful. There was no defect on his body. He was moving his hands and feet playfully. Light seemed to emanate from his whole body. Meanwhile, Abu Saleh Musa Rahmatullahi Alaihi, in this joyful moment, was thinking about what name to give the child. His house was full of people. All present heard someone very near the house reciting Durud Sharif, but no one could figure out where the sound of the holy Durud Sharif was coming from. This astonishing incident caused worry in the mind of the father, Hazrat Abu Saleh Musa Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His body began to tremble. At just that moment, the following unseen voice reached his ear. "O Abu Saleh Musa, do not worry. In your home has appeared Allah's friend, the most beloved of the Ummah of the Prophet Kareem Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. You shall name your infant son Mahbube Subhani, and know also that in future your son shall be known throughout the world by the name Abdul Qadir." Upon hearing such an unseen voice, Abu Saleh Musa Rahmatullahi Alaihi was reassured, and with great care he expressed gratitude to the great Lord of the worlds and offered 2 rak'ahs of prayer. Waves of joy flowed through his home. Boundless peace descended upon the heart of the devout Khair Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Now I am relating an incident from after the birth of the great saint, which is a miraculous Karamat. On the last day of the Arabic month of Shaban, in the evening, everyone gathered to sight the moon of holy Ramadan, planning to fast after seeing the moon. But regrettably the sky was cloudy that day. Because the sky was overcast, none of the inhabitants of Jilan could see the moon. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of Jilan went to the great saint's father, Abu Musa Jangi Rahmatullahi Alaihi, regarding whether to fast the next day. Abu Musa Jangi Rahmatullahi Alaihi was a renowned scholar of that era. Whenever the inhabitants of Jilan had a problem, they would come to him for its solution. So today too, since the moon had not been seen, some inhabitants of Jilan came to the great saint's father to solve this problem of whether to fast the next day. But unfortunately, at this time, he was not home. Nevertheless, the great saint's mother, Hazrat Sayyida Fatima, listened to all the words of the Jilan inhabitants. After hearing their words, sometime later, Sayyida Fatima said, "It is a fact that one should fast after seeing the moon. But I feel that even if the moon has not been seen, today is the first of Ramadan. Today is truly the first of Ramadan." Many of the Jilan inhabitants did not accept her words. They asked Sayyida Fatima, "How have you understood that today is the first of Ramadan?" She thought for some time and then said, "My small infant son has not drunk milk since the pre-dawn meal. You will be amazed to hear the truth. Even if I put something in his mouth, he is not eating, so I feel he has kept a fast. From his behavior, it is understood that today is the first fast." Truly, hearing the words from the holy mouth of Sayyida Fatima, everyone was amazed. Not a single person protested. And how could they protest? Just as the great saint's mother was a pious person, so too was his father a person equal to a saint. And the child of such a pious couple would naturally become a beloved servant of Allah from childhood. Historians say that the very next day, many kept the fast of Ramadan. From a historical perspective, it is also known that Sayyida Fatima's words were correct. The previous day had indeed been the first day of Ramadan. It is as clear as daylight that Kutubi Rabbani, Pir Dastagir, Hazrat Shah Muhyiddin Sayyid Abu Muhammad Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi was of a somewhat different nature from childhood. Unlike the boys of the present age, he did not spend his time in hue and cry. He would be seen sitting quietly, thinking about something. Historical review shows that he preferred to be alone. Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi's mother was very pious. She always recited the Holy Quran. It was seen that whenever she got a little time, she would recite the Holy Quran. At that time, the soldier of truth, the leader of the community of saints, Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, would sit beside her and listen. Dear viewers and listeners, you will be amazed to hear that just by listening to his mother's recitation of the Quran, at the age of 5 years, he memorized 18 paras of the great scripture, the Holy Quran. The various miraculous events, signs and karamat of the great saint Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi were manifest from his infancy. The incident of the sighting of the moon of the first Ramadan is a practical proof of this. The great saint's worthy father admitted him to a maktab in Jilan city for the purpose of education. On the first day when he was sent to the maktab for the purpose of learning, on the journey several angels came and surrounded the great saint Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, and surrounding him, they took him to the place of learning. When he first entered the maktab had many students. All the students were positioned as they wished. As soon as he entered the maktab, everyone present heard an unseen voice. "O students of the maktab, make room for the friend of Allah to sit." Truly, hearing such an unseen voice, the teacher and students were startled. Nevertheless, the teacher immediately directed all the students to make room for the newly arrived child, Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. The students immediately shifted to the side and made room for Mahbube Subhani, the true bestower of wisdom of the spiritual realm, Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. The great saint sat down. Then the great saint's teacher, Ustadji, asked the great saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi to read at the primary level. Truly, following the instruction of Ustadji, who is equivalent to a crown on the head, he first recited Auzu Billah and Bismillah. Then, starting from Alif Lam Mim, he recited from memory up to the 15th para of the great scripture, the Quran. Not only from memory, but he recited with proper tajweed. Hearing his recitation, Ustadji was amazed and asked him, "O child, how and from whom did you learn to recite the Quran so beautifully? How did you memorize 15 paras of the Quran Sharif?" In reply to Ustadji's words, the soldier of truth, Mahbub Subhani, Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi replied, "My mother is a hafiz of 15 paras of the Quran Sharif. She recites it daily. Listening to her recitation, I have memorized it." It is known from historians that Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi came into the world as a hafiz of 15 paras. When he was admitted to the village maktab for studies, he was only 5 years of age. Although young in age, he was very attentive in studies. In a short time, he learned many things. It was even seen that what other students could not master in 7 days, the great Saint Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi would master in 1 or 2 days. As a good student, his fame and reputation spread beyond the maktab. Truly, seeing the state of the great saint's intellect, the ustads began to say to the people that Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi would become a renowned scholar in the future. The true bestower of wisdom of the spiritual realm, the soldier of truth, the great Saint Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi was not satisfied with mere reading. He thought deeply about life, the world, and nature. It was seen that whenever he studied any subject, he would not rest until he completed it. He would respectfully ask the ustads various questions, which were of a very high level. Seeing the great saint's indomitable thirst for knowledge and the sharpness of his intellect, the teachers would be astonished, and raising both hands, they would pray at the court of the great Lord of the worlds for the progress of his life. From a historical perspective, it is known that regrettably, before his maktab education was complete, his father passed away from this world. After his father's departure from this world, the entire responsibility of the household fell upon the great saint. Since their family's situation was not particularly good, he had to do much work with his own hands. But by Allah's boundless mercy, despite falling into household troubles, his enthusiasm for education could not be suppressed. He would attend to his studies after finishing household work. It was also seen that on the days he could not study, his mind would be very upset that day. It is universally acknowledged that from childhood, Mahbub Subhani, the great saint, Sufi practitioner Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, was of a somewhat different nature. He had an inclination toward religion. He followed every command and prohibition of religion. From childhood, he did not like to talk much. He never engaged in idle chatter, even with his classmates. His attention was always on studies, on how to acquire knowledge. Dear viewers and listeners, so far I have been discussing some incidents from the childhood of the great Saint Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Now I am discussing the full biography of the great saint from birth to death and the countless Karamat that occurred in his life. On the 1st of Ramadan in the year 471 Hijri, 1077 CE, in a place called Nif in the region of Jilan or Gilan, located to the south of the Caspian Sea, the great Saint Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi was born. His father's name was Hazrat Abu Saleh Musa Jangi Rahmatullahi Alaihi, and his mother's name was Sayyida Ummul Khair Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi. The true bestower of wisdom of the spiritual realm, the leader of the community of saints, Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi's kunya was Abu Muhammad, and his title was Muhyiddin. From the historian's perspective, since he was born in the place called Jilan within holy Iraq, he was called Jilani. To speak the truth, though he is known throughout the world by the name Muhammad Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir Jilani. In different regions of the earth, he is honored with various epithets. In many regions of ours, he is generally famous by the names Qutubul Aftab, Ghausul, Azam, and Bara Pir. Some sections of people also address Ghausul, Azam, Bara Pir, Abdul Qadir Jilani, Rahmatullahi Alaihi as Qutub-e-Rabbani. People of some places honor him with the titles Piran-e-Pir, Dastegir, Afzalul Awliya. From a historical perspective, it is known that in some places he is also known by the name Nur-e-Yazdani. In this way, he has many other epithets of virtue. Now I am relating the death of the great saint's father, Abu Saleh Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Having practiced strict spiritual discipline from childhood, Hazrat Abu Saleh Musa Jangi Rahmatullahi Alaihi gained a son in old age. He had much joy in his heart that his son was showing talent. He had also hoped that he would educate his son, Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, in higher education. Though old age had gripped him, does one's heart's desire ever fade? Observing his son's various miraculous deeds, he understood that if this child received proper education, he would in time become a great servant of Islam. His lifelong strict worship would achieve success. So the parents had been giving the great saint education and training under their own supervision from childhood. After primary education was completed at home, they admitted him to the maktab. After the maktab education was complete, they would send him to the famous Nizamiya Madrasa in distant Baghdad. There, in the company of the learned and pious personalities of Islam, he would gain knowledge in all branches of Islam and become a true scholar. He held such hopes. But the will of the great Lord of the worlds was such. The father's hope would be fulfilled, but he would not be able to see it. His lifespan in the world had come to an end. By the signal of Almighty Allah, everything in the world happens according to His command. Man has no power to do anything by his own will. As Hazrat Abu Saleh Musa Rahmatullahi Alaihi was swaying between hope and despair, the great saint entered his 11th year. Hazrat Abu Saleh Musa Jangi Rahmatullahi Alaihi's age had crossed 90. Although an old man, he still held the reins of the household with a firm hand, providing for his wife and children, seeing to his son's education. He also strictly performed his worship of Almighty Allah. In such a state, one day he fell ill. In the year 481 Hijri, floating the people of Jilan and his wife and son in a sea of grief, he took his final leave from this transient world. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. A shadow of deep grief fell upon the death of Hazrat Abu Saleh Musa Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His elderly wife and young son, the great Saint Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, became distraught at the loss of the father. The people of the region became numb with grief at the loss of the Allah-loving elder who had been a friend in difficult times. After his father's death, the boy Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi took the responsibility of the household on his shoulders. To provide for himself and his elderly mother, he began looking after his father's herds, cultivated land, and other property. On top of this, he had to do various tasks of society. The great saint's mind was not in his father's land, fruit orchard, and household troubles. Obstacles began to arise in his pursuit of knowledge and worship. He wanted to worship with single-minded devotion for an unspecified period. Due to the pressure of managing the household responsibilities, this was not possible. There were also many hopes in the great saint's heart. He wanted to study abroad, to gain knowledge of the Sharia and Marifa of Islam. But the work of household life was creating obstacles in the path of his hopes and aspirations. Seeing this, he began to suffer from despair. The elderly mother kept watch over her son's mental state. Wishing for her son's success, she gave him advice in various ways and offered consolation. But even through the elderly mother's many pieces of advice and consolation, the indomitable desire remained alive in the heart of the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi to leave home and study in distant Baghdad. Passing through the swings of hope and despair in this way, performing all the tasks of the household, the boy would find a little leisure time and pass it in deep worship. He kept himself engaged in serving his mother and in socially beneficial work. Baghdad city was the greatest city in the history of the world at that time. All centers of learning were focused on Baghdad city. Centered around this Baghdad, many authors and historians have narrated events and stories that are utterly astonishing to the people of the world. Truly, Baghdad was like a dreamland to people. In that era, this city had climbed to the highest pinnacle of glory. It was the end of the 5th century Hijri. The Abbasid caliphs were on the throne of Baghdad. Through their earnest efforts, grace, care, and supervision, Baghdad grew into the finest center of education in the entire world. Not just Islamic education and sciences, but Baghdad city was the heart of every branch of knowledge and science that was cultivated in that era. In that era, this city was the center of the study of science, philosophy, chemistry, geography, physics, literature, poetry, mathematics, grammar, and all types of learning. The finest teachers and professors of that time taught students in this city. The world's greatest scholars and thinkers had gathered in this city. For all these reasons, countless students from far corners of the world came rushing to this city like bees to gain higher education. Speaking of the boy Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, this Baghdad city seemed to be calling him with a beckoning gesture to gain higher education. During his father's lifetime, the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi did not have to do any work. His father would complete everything. He would only be engaged in study and the worship of Almighty Allah. But after his father's death, being the eldest and only child of his father, all the responsibilities of the household fell upon him. In the family, besides him, there was no one else to shoulder these responsibilities. His father's financial condition was comfortable. He had some land and a few cows. So due to lack of people, the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi was compelled to do everything from daily marketing to grazing cattle and all household duties himself. This created considerable obstacles in his study and worship. For all these reasons, deep despair and pain arose in the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi's heart. He became eager to cross the narrow boundary of household life and go out into the open. In due time, he informed his elderly mother about the eagerness of his heart. He received a favorable reply from her. Until the age of 18, the great Saint Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi lived in his own home. At this time, one day on Arafah day, when he was going toward the fields to graze his own cows, he heard an unseen voice, "Mali hazata wa la bihamirta." That is, "O Abdul Qadir, you were not created for all this worldly work, nor have you been directed to do these things." The great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi had been hearing such unseen voices since childhood. So hearing such a divine voice that day did not create any fear or apprehension in him. Rather, this voice intensified the desire for liberation in his heart. In this regard, the great Saint Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi himself later narrated in his own words, "Carrying that divine voice granted by Allah in a corner of my heart, I climbed to the roof of my own house and became immersed in deep thought. At this moment, looking into the distance, I suddenly saw a huge caravan advancing toward Baghdad. The intense yearning of my heart and the external sight of the caravan exerted an irresistible influence on my heart. I could no longer remain on the roof. I descended from there and went to my affectionate mother. At this time, my anxiety was clearly showing on my face. Observing this sight, my mother asked me, "Oh, my dear son, what desire of your heart is making you so restless?" In reply, I said, "Mother, to satisfy my thirst for knowledge, I seek your permission to go to Baghdad." The great Saint Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi is saying, the purpose of going to Baghdad was not merely to gain education, rather, along with attaining completeness in Islamic education, meeting and gaining the companionship of the beloved servants of Allah, the great scholars residing there, was also my purpose. The great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi further said, at that time, my respected mother was extremely old and weak, and outwardly there was no one else in the household besides me to look after her. But despite all this, keeping in view the completeness of my education, she gave me permission to go to Baghdad. The great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi's mother, Khair Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi, was then an old woman of 78 years. In the world, this son was her only support for care. Yet she, without regarding this in the slightest, with an undivided heart, gladly gave permission to her most beloved son, the apple of her eye, her only support, the knowledge-seeking son, to leave home for the sake of the pursuit of learning. The immense patience, endurance, and mental strength of her heart that were evident in this act need not be described. She could clearly perceive that Almighty Lord of the worlds had sent his beloved servant to this world with the great responsibility on his shoulders of infusing new life into the then near-dead Islam. Therefore, it was essential for him to prepare successfully to bear this heavy responsibility. How could it work to keep him tied in the apron of affection? Of course, it cannot be said that the pain of impending separation from her only apple of the eye and beloved son was not felt in the heart of the almost dying elderly mother, but she did not care about that pain. Out of a sense of duty and the pressure of necessity, considering the pain and grief of her heart utterly trivial, she surrendered to the will and pleasure of Almighty Allah. 100 thanks to such a mother's moral character, firm resolve and self-sacrifice. The touch of such a devout mother is a great blessing in human life. The most respected devout mother, Hazrat Khair Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi, approved her son's going to Baghdad for the greater welfare of higher education. Having received his mother's permission, the young Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi began preparations for the journey to Baghdad. In those days, going to Baghdad from the region of Jilan was a very difficult task. One had to cross a long journey of 400 miles to reach Baghdad. Furthermore, the mode of transport was donkey or camel, or one had to traverse the long desert path on foot. For such a great journey, along with mental preparation, one had to find a caravan going to Baghdad. It was not right to travel alone. In those days, people would travel in groups, in caravans, from one place to another, so that there would be less possibility of various dangers on the road. By the grace of Almighty Allah, within a few days, a caravan stopped for rest near the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi's house, tired from the journey. Seeing this, he asked the leader and came to know that they were going to Baghdad. He informed the leader of his desire to go to Baghdad. The leader agreed to take him along. The great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi's heart swelled with joy. He returned home and told his devout mother about the caravan. The learned mother was aware of the difficult path to Baghdad. Various dangers could arise on the way. There could be hardships of travel. Knowing this, she encouraged her son on the journey and helped boost his morale. Leaving his own home and going abroad did not cause much pain to Rahmatullahi Alaihi, but his heart wept for his elderly mother. The pain of his heart rose up repeatedly, but with great effort he restrained this pain of separation. Meanwhile, the devout mother, with great care, packed the necessary items for her son. When the caravan started its journey, he would have to join the caravan. Having completed everything, the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi, at the appropriate time, presented himself before his mother and said humbly, "Mother, today the caravan will begin its journey. If you give permission, I can begin the journey now." Mother Khair Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi joyfully said, "Then why delay? Get ready." Sitting beside his mother, Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi said, "Oh my dear mother, I know you will suffer much. Yet the endurance and patience you have shown in bidding me farewell has no comparison. I am going abroad. Your words come to my mind again and again. In your old age, how will you manage the household? Who will take on the responsibility of looking after you? Thinking of this, my heart is in great pain." Then mother said, "O my son Abdul Qadir, have you forgotten the power of Almighty Allah? He is the only refuge in joy and sorrow. He who created me will protect me. I seek your welfare from him. Trust in Almighty Allah and begin your journey." Saying this, from the 80 gold coins entrusted by her husband Hazrat Abu Saleh Musa Rahmatullahi Alaihi, she took out 7 gold coins and in the lower part of the sleeve of her son's shirt near the armpit, sewed them in beautifully. She hid the coins in such a way that it could not be understood from the outside in any way. On the road, robbers could attack, or due to carelessness, the coins could be lost in a moment. For fear of this, the affectionate mother, with such care, prepared her son for going to Baghdad. Then mother and son, looking into each other's eyes, expressed the hopes and desires of their hearts. Affectionately drawing her most beloved son close to her chest, the mother said, "O my dear son, I entrust you to the hand of Allah. He will protect you. He is the best protector. I'm giving you a few pieces of advice. Follow them always. The Almighty Lord of the worlds will protect you from all dangers and troubles. Do not seek refuge with anyone other than Him. He is the great, merciful, generous giver, the compassionate, the merciful. In moments of extreme distress, Allah, the Lord of the worlds, shows mercy. He saved Hazrat Nuh alayhi salam from the terrible flood, Hazrat Yunus alayhi salam from the belly of the fish, and Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salam from the fire of Nimrod. Almighty Allah has spoken many times in the Holy Quran of His mercy and compassion. You know that Allah rescued Hazrat Musa alayhi salam from the floating chest and had him raised with love and care in the enemy's house, that of Pharaoh. Oh, my dearest son, never forget Allah. Never seek help from anyone other than Him. Remember, Almighty Allah is the only helper. Also remember, never speak a lie. Never, no matter how great the danger you may face. Even if you see that your life is in peril, do not speak a lie. Within the boundary of Allah's power, He will free you from danger through His power. Truth never dies. It is mentioned in a hadith that our great Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that truthfulness always widens. The path of salvation and falsehood brings the path of destruction near. Follow my advice carefully. I hope Almighty Lord of the worlds will fulfill all your heart's desires. I have entrusted you to the great power of Almighty Allah, the All-Powerful. He will be your helper." Saying this, Hazrat Khair Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi kissed her son's forehead and with great care bid him farewell. The great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi, with a cheerful heart, in accordance with etiquette, took the dust of his mother's feet and came outside the house. His heart raced toward the horizon. An unprecedented wave of joy flowed through him. With very slow steps, he began the journey toward the caravan. Having taken his mother's blessing, the great Saint Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi came out of the house, joined the caravan, and set out toward Baghdad city. The caravan leader, upon learning the identity of the young great saint, kept him close to himself. He particularly kept watch so that he would have no difficulty walking the difficult desert path. Since the journey was long, rest was taken at regular intervals. During the day, the caravan's journey continued, and at night, at a convenient place, halting for the journey, after meals, they would go to sleep. The next day, it would begin again. In this way, several days passed. One day, the caravan set up tents at a designated place, preparing to spend the night. The moon of the 12th night was in the sky. Its light was playing on the desert. The people of the caravan were sound asleep. At this time, a band of robbers came and attacked the caravan. Everyone's sleep was broken by the robbers' attack. Everyone was stunned by the flashing of drawn swords, and the robbers, in great glee, began looting the travelers' goods. Those travelers who tried to hold on to their belongings were even killed. Some fled toward the desert, abandoning their belongings out of fear for their lives. Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi stood on one side watching the robbers' merciless slaughter and looting of goods. Some of the robbers passed by him but did not see him. Eventually, having finished looting, they began searching the bodies of the travelers to see if they could find any cash or valuable items on them. The great saint was standing silently. Seeing such a destructive and merciless slaughter, he was very grieved in his heart. After finishing the looting and body search, one robber came to the great saint and asked, "Oh boy, do you have any wealth or possessions with you?" The great saint had already decided he would not tell a lie. He would in no way violate his mother's advice. He said, "Yes, I do." The robber asked again, "What is it? Where is it?" In reply, the great saint said, "It is sewn into the sleeve of my shirt under my armpit." The robber made no exclamation. He behaved as if the great saint was joking with him. He went away. Another robber came to the great saint. He came and asked, "Oh boy, do you have anything with you?" The great saint gave the same reply. That robber too went away. Then those two robbers told their leader about this jest. Upon hearing this, the robber leader immediately called the great saint. The great saint came before the robber leader. "Listen, boy, what do you have with you?" The great saint said fearlessly, "I have 40 gold coins with me." Hearing this, the robber leader became furious. He shouted, "Where are those coins?" The great saint said, "In the sleeve of my shirt under my armpit. Mother sewed them in there." The robber leader ordered his companions to take off the great saint's shirt and take out the coins. Immediately, one robber took off the great saint's shirt, took out 40 gold coins from inside the sleeve, and placed them before the leader. Seeing the coins, the robber leader was utterly amazed. Everyone was stunned. All were silent. After some time, the robber leader turned his eyes and said in a low voice with disdain, "Oh, foolish and stupid boy, seeing my cruel oppression, slaughter and looting, by what courage do you stand fearlessly? By what courage did you tell me about your hidden treasure? Oh, brave boy, tell us the truth. From where did you get the inspiration to speak the truth to us? Tell us, what power gave you the courage to speak the truth?" The great saint said, "My mother has advised me to speak the truth always, in joy and sorrow, in every state. I have followed my mother's advice. The Prophet ﷺ has said that truthfulness widens the path of salvation and falsehood leads to destruction. Our Prophet ﷺ has also said that beneath the holy feet of the mother lies the paradise of the child. I cannot disobey my devout mother's command. I will never speak a lie. I will speak the truth. This world is transitory. I will not become a sinner by speaking lies for a transitory world. At any cost, I am firmly resolved to follow my mother's advice." The robber leader was stunned upon hearing the great saint's words. In a moment, he began weeping profusely. Weeping, he said, "Oh Allah, you are great, you are the greatest." The robber leader, repenting for the sins of his whole life, said, "Today I understand. Someone is saying in my heart, 'O robber leader Ahmad, there is still time for you. Give up your sinful deeds and engage in good works. Without delay, repent to the boy standing before you. Seek forgiveness from Almighty Allah.'" The robber leader looked at his gang and said, "Listen, I have decided that I will no longer engage in these sinful deeds. I will remain on the righteous path and worship Allah. What will you do?" The robbers present said, "Leader, we will also follow your path. We will not do sinful deeds. We are also remorseful for what we have done." Then the robber leader and his companions fell at the feet of Hazrat Great Saint Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi and repented. They returned the looted goods to those who were still alive. They vowed that they would never again set foot in any sinful deed in this life. The robbers seated the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi respectfully among themselves and expressed eagerness to receive religious advice and valuable teachings from him. As a result, this robber leader and his companions became true Muslims. They distributed their ill-gotten earnings among the poor and needy today and, walking on the true path of Almighty Allah, gave up this life. The power of Allah's decree is beyond understanding. How, when, and from what danger He will rescue someone, or in what difficult danger He will place someone, He alone knows fully. Now I will briefly speak of the great saint's attainment of the epithet Muhyiddin. After falling into the hands of robbers on the way to Baghdad, and through the return of the robber leader to the righteous path, an opportunity for rest arose at one stage of the journey. The robber leader, enchanted by the qualities of the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi, not only returned to the righteous path, but also requested the great saint to remain among them for a few days and give guidance. The great saint honored their request. After staying there for a few days, he then set out on the road to Baghdad at one point. After walking continuously for several days, one day he saw an old man lying by the side of the road. Looking at his skeletal body, it seemed he was about to die. As the great saint approached, the old man said in a very pitiful voice, "O boy going to Baghdad, I am a diseased old man. There is no strength in my body. I cannot rise and sit up. Help me get up." The compassionate great saint, hearing the old man's pitiful plea, extended his hand and grasped the old man. As soon as the old man's frail body was touched, he sat up like a healthy man in a moment. The old man, who a moment ago had been on the path to death, recovered a young man's strength in an instant. Seeing this, the great saint was amazed. Seeing him astonished, the handsome old man suddenly said, "O boy, why are you surprised? Do you not recognize me? I am Islam. Because of people's mistakes, their disobedience, their obstinacy and disbelief, I had become old and diseased. By the touch of your gentle hand, strength has returned to my hand. You are Muhyiddin, the reviver of Islam." Saying this, the old man disappeared in an instant. The great saint, amazed, kept his gaze on the path where the old man had disappeared, and then began walking again. On the way, wherever he met strangers, all of them addressed the great saint as Muhyiddin. It was as if they had forgotten his real name. Now I speak of his going to Baghdad for higher education. In 588 Hijri, when the great saint was a youth of 18, he went from Jilan to Baghdad, the capital of the Muslim world, for higher education. Baghdad city, the capital of the Muslim world, was full of exceedingly beautiful buildings and mansions. The famous Grand Mosque of the city drew him. Coming to the Grand Mosque, he offered prayers and gave thanks at the court of Almighty Allah. Then he found the famous Madrasa Nizamiyya of that time and enrolled there. A special feature of the Nizamiyya Madrasa was that both Sharia and Marifa of Islam were taught there. At that time, the Caliphate of the Abbasid dynasty was in name only. The Abbasid caliphs were the owners of the throne. The ruling power was in the hands of the sultans. They were followers of the Sunni sect. Previously, the followers of the Shia sect had held power for several years. This had led to intense Shia-Sunni conflict among the Muslims. Islam and Muslims had suffered immensely from this. Nizamul Mulk of the Seljuk dynasty of Turkestan, acknowledging the caliph's authority while keeping all authority in his own hands, conducted the administration of the entire Muslim world. Nizamul Mulk was a learned man. He was a follower of the Sunni sect and established this madrasa to spread Islamic education. The madrasa was named Nizamiyya Madrasa after him. Before this, in the Islamic world, in the city of Cairo in Egypt, a university-level madrasa had been established named Al-Azhar. Now the Nizamiya madrasa in Baghdad had attained equality with it. In this Nizamiya madrasa, the young student from Jilan, Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, enrolled. Since his birthplace was called Jilan, Jilani began to be used at the end of his name. The great saint Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi drew the attention of the renowned teachers of the madrasa. Soon his talent and diligent studies drew everyone's attention. Having found such a truly good student, the professors were beside themselves with joy. Now I speak of the beginning of the great saint's pursuit of knowledge. To quench his thirst for knowledge, coming into the company of Baghdad's famous scholars and learned personalities, he began his pursuit of knowledge. First, under the supervision of Sheikh Hafiz Abu Talib bin Yusuf, he thoroughly memorized the Holy Quran. Coming into the company of many renowned learned persons, he attained extraordinary mastery in 13 branches of knowledge and science. He gained profound knowledge in ilm Qirat, tafsir, hadith, aqaid, ilm kalam, ilm firasat, psychology, tarikh, history, ilm ansab, genealogy, ilm lugat, lexicology, adab, literature, ilm uruz, prosody, ilm nahv, grammar, ilm munazira, logic, and other subjects. He was a leading scholar of the Hanbali school. In this way, amid want and hardship and suffering, 9 years passed one by one. Along with his pursuit of knowledge and studies, his spiritual practice continued at equal pace. Regarding the great saint's teachers, in Baghdad, he studied ilm-i-fiqh under Sheikh Abu Sa'id ibn Mubarak, Makhzumi al-Hanbali, Abu Wafa Ali ibn Aqil Rahmatullahi Alaihi, and Abu Muhammad ibn Hussein ibn Muhammad Rahmatullahi Alaihi. He studied ilm-i-hadith under Sheikh Abu Ghalib, Muhammad ibn Hassan Baqilani, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, Sheikh Abu Sa'id ibn Abu Karim, and Sheikh Abu Dani, Muhammad ibn Ali ibn Muhammad Rahmatullahi Alaihi, and others. He received higher instruction in literature under Sheikh Abu Zakaria Tabari, Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Thus began Hazrat Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi's outer and inner spiritual pursuit of knowledge. Sheikh Abu Sa'id Makhzumi developed such a favorable opinion and confidence in the ability and talent of this young disciple that he entrusted the supervision and management of the madrasa he had personally established to Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, and himself retired. Now, regarding the great saint's initiation into the tariqah, the path of the tariqah is very difficult and beset with problems. There is danger at every step, and there is also the risk of falling into the trap laid by the eternal enemy Satan and being led astray. So walking this path alone is not a wise decision at all, nor is it advisable. Just as merely book knowledge is not enough to master the science of medicine, gaining direct experience under a skilled physician is also essential. Similarly, the guidance of a teacher is absolutely essential for walking this path. In the Muzaffariya locality of Baghdad city lived Sheikh Ahmad bin Muslim Dabas, Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Simple, unpretentious was his way of life. Selling grape and date juice was his profession, so people called him Dabas. The word Dabas means juice seller. A fly would never sit on the juice of this great saint. He was born in the village of Rabba in Syria. After coming to Baghdad, he never again returned to his birthplace. This great dervish had taken up the great responsibility of guiding seekers of the divine along the right path. Under this great practitioner, this leader of the age, Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi took the initial lessons of the tariqah. He devoted himself to strict spiritual practice. At the very first meeting, Sheikh Muhammad bin Muslim Dabbas Rahmatullahi Alaihi could tell about the bright future of his new disciple. The eternal aura of Almighty Allah's boundless mercy always surrounded this new disciple. Time was waiting for him. The time was near when this non-Arab youth would be anointed as the leader of all Ghauses, that is, Ghausul Azam. One day, in the crowded assembly of all his disciples, he said the words, "The time is close when the necks of all the friends of Allah in the world will be under his foot." One day this non-Arab person will utter the words from his mouth, "My foot is on the shoulders of all the friends of Allah." At the time of his declaration, all the friends of Allah of that time would bow their necks for his foot. Spending many days in the company of the great practitioner Sheikh Hamad Muslim Dabas Rahmatullahi Alaihi, he crossed the very difficult and dangerous curves of the path of spiritual discipline one by one. Through strict spiritual exercises and contemplation, the strength and courage to traverse the very difficult path of the tariqah arose within him. Now it was only a matter of moving forward. The falcon that has been born to fly in the distant sky, how can Sheikh Hamad keep him locked in a cage? It was already no small thing that he had built a firm foundation for him to reign over the boundless blue sky unhindered. The intense intoxication of love and the knowledge of the beloved Lord had come to possess the young Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Without drinking the wine of union with the beloved Lord to the fullest, there was no rescue for him at all. With great eagerness in his heart and a trembling breast, he now presented himself before the greatest practitioner of the age, Sheikh Hazrat Abu Sa'id Mubarak Makhzumi Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Him, this practitioner, made his disciple. He also showed the way to fulfill his heart's desire. In this way, days and nights passed in strict asceticism, exercises and contemplation, and another 5 years of his past. His spiritual exercises bore fruit, and his strict practice attained completeness. Now, regarding the works of the great saint was a scholar in the fields of poetry, literature, history, philosophy, geography, and other subjects. He wrote many books. Among these books, Fatuhul Ghaib, Gunyatut Talebin, Fatuhur Rabbani, and Qasida-e-Ghausiya are notable. After completing his studies at the Nizamiya Madrasa, he went into the company of a spiritual guide for spiritual practice, and for years devoted himself to Sufi discipline through relentless practice, attaining perfection. For over 25 long years, he was engaged in study and difficult spiritual practice. Then he entered his working life. At that time, he was 51 years of age. Now I will discuss briefly how the great saint faced want and hardship during his student life. At only 18 years of age, with just a few gold coins, the great saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi came to Baghdad. Within a very short time, the coins were spent. Then began the pressure of money and the hard test in his life. His elderly mother was in no position to send money to her son. Because of relying only on Allah, the great saint's life began to pass in the grip of dire poverty. He would often spend time in starvation. His relentless pursuit of knowledge continued. During the time of solitary spiritual training, in deep meditation, afflicted by starvation, he would sometimes have to eat vegetables, wild fruits, and even the leaves of trees. It is unimaginable to think of the terrible hardship he had to undergo during that time. Regarding this hardship, he said, "Once I passed 20 consecutive days without food and became weak and helpless. Driven by the pangs of hunger, I went to search for food near the ruins of the palaces of former kings on one side of the city. Upon arriving there, I saw that 70 dervishes had already come before me, and driven by the pangs of hunger, were searching for food. I did not want to cause them any inconvenience and turned back." Sheikh Abdullah Rahmatullahi Alaihi, in describing the great saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi's want and hardship of this time, said, "Once, driven by the pangs of hunger, the great saint arrived at a settlement. He asked a certain person there for some food. That person, in place of food, gave him a letter and directed him to a bread shop in the market. Reading the letter, the shopkeeper gave the great saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi a small amount of bread and sweets. Taking the bread and sweets, he came to a secluded room in the mosque and was about to eat when he saw a piece of paper stuck on the wall in front of him. He wanted to know what was written on the wall. Without eating at that moment, he brought the paper, unfolded it and read, "Those who leave their homes in the path of Allah, food, drink, comfort and ease cannot touch their hearts. Because indulgence in comforts is a sign of a weak heart. Complete submission to Almighty Allah and relentless worship are the mantra of the life of Allah lovers." The great saint became overwhelmed upon reading this passage. He expressed his feelings at that time thus, "Reading it, I forgot hunger and thirst. I had no more interest in food. I felt a new throbbing in my veins. Every limb and organ trembled in the fear of Allah. Trembling, I left the bread and sweets there and came to another room and offered 2 rakahs of prayer to give thanks to Almighty Allah." In days of severe hardship, the great saint never lost patience. He always trusted in Allah and moved on. Allah arranges various trials and tests for His beloved servants. Those who can pass the tests can reach the ultimate goal of practice. In the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi's life, this was no exception. He accepted the unbearable hardships of Baghdad with a smile. Through hardships, he remained engaged in strict practice. Many times, unseen help would rain down on him. Once he became weak from continuous starvation, but his reliance on Allah remained firm. Being dependent on someone for livelihood or seeking help from someone was not a sign of divine love. So, with a weak body, he went to the bank of the river and became absorbed in the meditation of Allah with singular devotion. In the state of meditation, he heard an unseen instruction. "O Abdul Qadir, remain steadfast in the path of your practice. Never lose enthusiasm. If necessary, take a loan from someone and remove your present crisis. O Abdul Qadir, you can borrow without concern. It is my responsibility to repay your debt." Having received this assuring word, Hazrat Great Saint left there. Coming to the market, he bought bread from a certain bread seller and satisfied his hunger. The shopkeeper regarded him with much respect. The next day, when he bought a few loaves, he could not pay for them and at one point began to feel embarrassed. Falling into deep worry, he could not figure out what to do. He was walking alone. Suddenly, someone unnoticed placed many gold coins in his hand and disappeared. Allah's boundless mercy, the extent of His power is limitless. He knows everything. The great saint gave thanks to Almighty Allah and paid off the debt to the baker. Moreover, with the remaining coins, several more days passed. In this way, his student life in Baghdad continued through severe hardship. Regarding the last money he received from his mother, this is a very moving incident. Days passed in dire financial hardship. The situation in Baghdad was then very bad. Due to the incompetence of the rulers and the disunity among various communities, food shortages arose. Falling into the grip of a terrible famine, the inhabitants of Baghdad fell into great crisis. Many people died of starvation. Some people left the city and went elsewhere. In such difficult times, Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi too fell under the pressure of famine. He engaged patiently in the service of afflicted people, but due to continuous starvation, his physical strength diminished. At one point, he had no strength to walk. After resting for some time at a mosque on the outskirts of the city, with great difficulty he came to the Grand Mosque. He saw a person sitting in the courtyard of the mosque, eating bread and meat with great pleasure. The starving great saint, seeing the good food, stopped. He kept staring at the person and with empty hands began imitating the eating motion. This happened due to the state of his unconscious mind. At one point, his awareness returned. He consoled himself saying, "My ignorant heart trusts in Allah." The person eating stopped eating upon seeing the great saint and began examining him carefully. Compassion arose in his heart. He requested the great saint to share his meal with him. At first, the great saint did not agree. Finally, at his earnest request, "Brother, please, if you do not join me, I will feel very hurt in my heart." Saying this, he took the great saint's hand and seated him near himself. Pleased with the person's such conduct, he agreed to join him in the meal, and both began to eat. Between the meal, they began to talk. At one point, the newcomer asked where his home was, and the great saint identified himself. Upon learning his identity, the person said, "Sir, forgive my boundless offense. I too am from Jilan. When I was coming to Baghdad, your mother gave me 8 gold coins to give to you. I have been searching for you for several days. My own money has run out. Today I spent one of the coins meant for you to arrange this meal. Now I have been blessed with your meeting. I have committed a great offense by spending the coins without your permission. I am ashamed. Please forgive me." Saying this, the person took out 7 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to the great saint. The great saint took the 7 gold coins and, after giving thanks to Almighty Lord of the worlds, after finishing the meal, said to the newcomer, "Brother, you have no offense. You have suffered much for my sake. For that I am grateful to you. You spent your own money to find me. Then you spent only 1 coin. I too ate the bread and meat purchased with that coin. All is by the will of Almighty Allah." Saying this, from the 7 gold coins he kept 2 for himself and gave the remaining 5 to the person, saying, "Go home. This will cover your travel expenses, and convey my greetings to mother." Then the person, with a most grateful heart, took leave of him. As far as is known, after this, Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi did not go to his birthplace of Jilan. Most likely, shortly after this, his mother, the devout and ascetic Hazrat Khair Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi, passed away. Now I will discuss the great saints coming into the company of a perfect friend of Allah. During his studies at the Nizamiya Madrasa, Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi visited the courts of various perfect saints, spiritual guides, and dervishes of Baghdad. Along with book knowledge, he traveled to various places to gain spiritual instruction. To understand the rules of the Sharia well and follow them meticulously, gaining knowledge of essence is very necessary for a practitioner. He gained the company of true learned pious to accelerate his own practice. Immediately after obtaining higher degrees with competence in all subjects from the madrasa, he took the oath of allegiance at the hand of the then greatest peer of the tariqah in Baghdad, the great practitioner Hazrat Abu Sa'id Makhzumi Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Presenting himself at the court of the peer, he engaged in practice according to the peer's command, and in a very short time, by the blessing of his teacher's prayer, reached higher stages of the knowledge of divine reality. He obeyed his peer's commands. He stayed with the peer for several years. Later, having received his authorization, he went elsewhere. Now I will speak of the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi's strict practice. Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi's whole life was spent in strict practice. He obtained the highest degree from the Nizamiya Madrasa and at the same time engaged in strict spiritual practice. Describing his strict practice is very difficult. On one hand, terrible hardship, on the other hand, residence in a foreign land, and above all, Allah's boundless mercy expanded the field of his pursuit of knowledge to vast dimensions. At every step there were trials and tests for him. His indomitable courage, control of hunger and sweet conduct, sharp intellect, and boundless patience helped him traverse the difficult field of practice, thanks to which he attained. Precisely narrating the various events of his practice with dates is very difficult. From what various scholars, who have written various books about him have said, and from what Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi himself has narrated of all events. In the light of that, today's listeners will easily understand what a difficult situation he faced in early life. Describing his strict practice, Hazrat Rahmatullahi Alaihi said, "In the deep regions of Iraq, I spent 25 long years in solitude. At that time, learned people would come to me. One day I met Hazrat Khizr alayhi salam. I did not know him. I thought he was an ordinary jungle-dwelling person. He told me he would never disturb my work. I was enchanted by his good conduct. One day he said to me, 'O resident, I am going elsewhere on some work. Stay here until I return.' I promised him I would stay, but year after year passed and he did not come. Nor did my location change. Finally, after 3 years, he returned and gave his identity. Then I learned that he was not an ordinary jungle dweller. He was Hazrat Khizr alayhi salam. I performed the Fajr prayer. Countless nights passed for me sleepless. Sometimes I would complete the Quran Sharif in each rak'ah of the prayer. In this way, through strict worship, I began rising to higher stages of practice. Once, 50 miles from Baghdad city, I spent a year in solitude among the ruins of Mar city. Then my time was spent in remembrance and litany. I would satisfy my hunger by eating wild fruits. I was in the desolate expanse of Fag for several years. During that time of strict practice, once I pledged that until someone else made me eat and drink, I would not accept anything. As a result, my starvation continued. After 40 long days had passed, one day an unknown person placed a small amount of food before me and left. Water thirst had brought my life to my throat, but my firm resolve made no room for any burning agony. I restrained myself. I did not touch that food. At such a difficult time, my Pir Qibla Hazrat Abu Sa'id Makhzumi Rahmatullahi Alaihi arrived there. He asked me, "O Abdul Qadir, why do you look worried?" I humbly replied, "Master, my nafs-e amara has become distressed by thirst. But my soul does not want to leave the court of Allah anywhere, my weak body." Hearing these words, the Master Qibla took me to his home. With his own hands, he made me eat and drink. Then I was freed from thirst. Every moment of the great practitioner, Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi's life, was spent in strict asceticism, in the meditation of Allah, in worship. In describing another stage of his practice, he said, "Sometimes, in the state of contemplation, I would lose my own existence. I would run about like a madman. Once in Baghdad, when I was engaged in contemplation, such a state arose that I ran about like a madman from here to there, and appeared 12 miles from Baghdad in a place called Santan. Seeing my pitiful condition, a woman said, 'O Abdul Qadir, even being Allah's beloved, you have become stunned by this trivial matter.'" Describing his youthful practice, the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi said, "That was my youth. Even in this difficult time of life, colorful dreams, tastes, emotions, attachments, hopes, aspirations, and all kinds of hedonistic desires could not touch me. At that time, all my desires, wishes, thoughts, feelings, the limbs of my body, my heart and mind were always immersed in the boundless ocean of Allah's divine knowledge. I would engrossedly watch the play of Allah's power. In this way, after 25 years of relentless practice, a new state arose in me. My animalistic instincts were forever eliminated." Hazrat Abu Muhammad Abdullah bin Abul Fatah Nahbawi Rahmatullahi Alaihi, in one account regarding Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi's practice, said, "The great saint offered prayers in the first part of the night. In the second part, he was engaged in remembrance and litany. In the third part, until dawn, in a sleepless state, standing on one foot, he would recite the Holy Quran. Then he would immerse himself in earnest supplication at the court of Allah in prostration on the ground. His flowing tears would wet the sand. In the morning, no one could look into his eyes. His face was full of a bright radiance. Now I will discuss Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi's working life. Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi's whole life must be called a working life. From childhood, he had been engaged in worship. After his father's death, he simultaneously engaged in worship and all household work for 7 years. Then, by the command of Almighty Lord of the worlds, he came to Baghdad for the purpose of gaining education. In Baghdad, he continued both all the studies of the madrasa and spiritual practice at the same level equally. He obtained the higher degrees of the madrasa. Then, through the company of a pir murshid and relentless strict practice in solitary places, passing many years, by the will of Almighty Allah, he attained completeness of perfection. This was also part of his working life. Now he would fulfill a great responsibility, for the fulfillment of which Allah had granted him boundless honor. His advent was for the reformation of Islam. He himself had prepared the path of salvation, but much work remained for him for the Ummah of Muhammad. By Allah's command, he would complete it. That was natural. All along, his working life had been built firmly on foundations of abnormal work, practice and study. Now, the time had come to engage himself in the welfare of humanity. In the context of this working life, we call this his working life, and I am discussing here. A noticeable point here is that the great saint's age had reached 50 years. Through relentless hard work, he had attained the position of a blessed servant of Allah, a perfect peer, and Ghausul Azam. Now was the appropriate time to distribute his knowledge for humanity, and Almighty Allah had arranged for this. The important discussion of the great saint's working life is the great saint's teaching. Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi could not leave the attachment of Baghdad and go elsewhere. After finishing his studies at the Nizamiya Madrasa, he engaged in practice. After crossing the last stage of Sufism, going round and round, he remained in Baghdad. He had aged. His fame had spread all around. As a friend of Allah, he had gained honor among the common people. His various miraculous qualities had spread far beyond Baghdad city itself. The teachers of the Nizamiya Madrasa were aware of this. What would Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi do? He began thinking. The call from his workplace came. His beloved teacher Hazrat Abu Sa'id Mubarak Rahmatullahi Alaihi had left teaching at the Nizamiya Madrasa and established another madrasa in Baghdad called Madrasa Qadiriyya. He personally managed and taught at it. He invited his beloved student, the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi, to teach at the Qadiriyya Madrasa. The great saint responded to his call and very quickly took to teaching. Hazrat Abu Sa'id Mubarak Rahmatullahi Alaihi had reached old age. He entrusted the entire responsibility of the madrasa to the highly qualified and vastly learned great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Having received the new responsibility, Allah's beloved servant began performing Islamic education and management of the madrasa most excellently. He was, after all, created for such work. Attracted by his unparalleled scholarship, local and foreign students began enrolling in the Madrasa Qadiriyya in droves. Soon, the state of the madrasa became entirely different. Countless students gathered. There was no room for them to sit. In this situation, rebuilding the madrasa buildings became urgent. In open fields, under the shade of trees, even on the roofs of bamboo houses, students found space to receive instruction from teachers. The great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi drew the attention of well-off local people. They extended their hands in helping to build the madrasa building. From all around, people came, offering not only money, but also physical labor. A devout woman of Baghdad also, in her capacity, supplied money for the development of this madrasa. Bringing her husband along, she came before the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi and said, "Master, this is my husband. I have 20 gold coins of dowry owed to me by him. I can waive my claim to that dowry on 2 conditions. The first condition is that he must fulfill the terms of marriage with me. Of the 20 gold coins owed, I have waived my claim to 10 gold coins. For the remaining 10 gold coins, I request that however much work would equal 10 gold coins, my husband will do that amount of work in constructing the madrasa. Only then will he receive my company. The woman wrote the conditions on a piece of paper and handed it to the great saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi, saying, "When you have extracted the work from him and returned the paper to him, I will understand that he has fulfilled his duty." The woman left. The man began the madrasa work. The man was a skilled mason. He began working very attentively. His work was of very high quality. Within a short time, the construction of the madrasa progressed considerably. The great saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi was very pleased with this mason's work. He paid him the wages of one day. He would deduct the wages of the next day from the outstanding 10 gold coins. This went on for some time. Within a few days, his 5 gold coins were paid off. The great saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi called him, settled the accounts, and waiving his claim to the 5 gold coins owed to him under the agreement, gave the paper into his hand and said, "You are free. Go home and fulfill the responsibility of household life with your wife." Thus various forms of help and cooperation kept coming. Under the great saint's skillful management, within a few years, the Madrasa Qadiriyya stood tall under the open sky. On the other hand, the number of students increased. Its fame spread all around. The Madrasa Qadiriyya became recognized as his workplace. He taught here for a very long period. Many renowned scholars gained the company of the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi in this Madrasa Qadiriyya, passed out in Islamic knowledge and science and spiritual practice, went abroad and dedicated themselves to the service of Islam. Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi firmly resolved to settle permanently in Baghdad. He engaged himself extensively in teaching and managing the madrasa. He arranged a house for his own residence. There he began giving instruction in religious education and marifa, truth to knowledge seekers who came from far and near. Most of the time he was engaged in teaching the madrasa students. Thus, his valuable working life moved forward. At the age of over 50, he entered marriage and became attentive to family life and marital duties. He did not marry in early life. After completing his spiritual training and entering working life, he was tied in the marriage bond in 521 Hijri. At that time, he had started teaching at the Madrasa Qadiriyya. When he was asked the reason for marrying so late, he said, "It is certain that I have entered the marriage bond only to fulfill the command of the great Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Otherwise, I had no desire to marry. According to Allah's will, I took 4 wives at fixed times." Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi, along with teaching at the madrasa, also gave fatwas on religious matters. He was a learned scholar. He was skilled at performing the duty of a mufti. On any matter, he would quickly provide a solution according to the rules and regulations of Islam. Thus, on one hand, fulfilling family responsibilities, and on the other, teaching at the madrasa and giving fatwas. Time went on. Within a few years, his fame spread throughout the world. The reputation and religious luminance of the Madrasa Qadiriyya and Hazrat Great Saint Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi drew people in droves to gain his company. He tirelessly gave the necessary advice and instructions of Sufism. His sweet conduct, justice, and vast scholarship enchanted all. He became a most respected and honored personality to all. Now I will briefly discuss the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi in the world of souls before human creation. Almighty Allah, in His boundless power, created the throne, the kursi, and the preserved tablet. Then He created the souls of 1 lakh or 2 lakh 24,000 prophets. Then he created the souls of all humans, jinn and fairies born until the day of judgment, and finally the souls of lower creatures. Before sending Hazrat Adam alayhi salam to the world, he commanded him to reside in comfort and peace in the beautiful garden called Alami Arwa in paradise. In paradise, Hazrat Adam alayhi salam's life passed in comfort and ease. He was always engaged in worship of the great Almighty Allah. One day, Hazrat Adam alayhi salam, seeing countless unseen souls in the Garden of Paradise, requested at Allah's court, "O great Lord, who are those exceedingly beautiful souls before me who are moving about in great joy? What is their identity? I cannot get enough of watching them. The more I watch, the more my desire to see them increases. Why am I becoming lost in the joy of seeing them?" The great Lord of the worlds replied, "O Adam, those you see all around, whose extraordinary beauty is overwhelming you, are the pure souls of your future descendants. O Adam, know your future descendants, the relatives of your soul, because you will never again have the opportunity to see them all together in this way." Hazrat Adam alayhi salam looked at the realm of souls and saw the souls divided into groups, singing Almighty Allah's praises. Caravans upon caravans of souls were wandering about. He saw one caravan, and it was of all the souls of the friends of Allah. He saw another caravan, and they were the souls of believing Muslim men and women. Then he saw caravans of the souls of sinners and repentance, of young men and women, of boys and girls, wandering in rows. They were bearing witness to the oneness of Almighty Allah, engaged in remembrance, in sweet voices announcing the holy names full of the noble attributes of Allah. The Garden of Paradise was echoing with their remembrance. Hazrat Adam alayhi salam, thus witnessing his descendants, was delighted, and turning his eyes again and again, he kept watching them. A great current of joy flowed through his heart. With a captivated heart, watching them, he began praising Almighty Allah. And watching those caravans, one glance of Hazrat Adam alayhi salam fell on the front of the caravan of the friends of Allah. One soul was leading and taking the caravan around. This soul was extraordinarily bright and beautiful. Suddenly, the incomparably beautiful soul caught Hazrat Adam alayhi salam's attention. Enchanted by the extraordinary radiance of the soul, he requested at Allah's court, "O most merciful Master, whose child is that soul? I would be pleased to know its identity." Allah, the Lord of the worlds, replied, "O Adam, listen to the good news. That child of yours is named Abdul Qadir Jilani. After the line of prophethood has ended, after the appearance of the final prophet, when your descendants become misguided in the world, then he will be born. He will be the most honored of all creation, endowed with all the qualities of divine knowledge, one of the reformers of the religion of Islam, my devoted servant, and the crown jewel of the greatest of the friends of Allah and dervishes. On his back will be marked the footprint of my beloved Habib, the seal of prophets, Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. My servant will gain knowledge of the inner mysteries through his strict asceticism. He will unify the glory and principles of Islam, establishing the standard for this world and the hereafter." Hearing the word of Almighty Allah, Hazrat Adam alayhi salam was greatly pleased. He gave thanks and bowed his head in prostration to the great master. Countless years before the pure soul of the leader of the community of saints, Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, would come to earth in the Garden of Paradise, wandering with the caravan of pure souls. He remained engaged in praising Almighty Allah. Now I speak of the good news of the great saints coming, according to the words of Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allah's beloved Prophet Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was sitting under the shade of a tree in Medina, speaking with his beloved grandsons, the two lights of his eyes, Hazrat Hassan and Hazrat Hussein radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. He was having a friendly conversation on various matters. At one point, the great Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked Hazrat Hussein radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, "O beloved grandson Hussein, when I am no longer in the world, if someone engages in bitter enmity with you, or without cause applies force to make you spend days in dire hardship, what conduct do you expect to show him, O Sheri Koda Hazrat Ali radiyallahu ta'ala anhu's and Hazrat Fatima radiyallahu ta'ala anha's beloved son, Hazrat Imam Hussein radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, said humbly, "O my honored grandfather, if unjust oppression continues upon me, I will pardon the oppressor the first and second time. But if he does the same again a third time, I will extend a firm hand for revenge. However powerful the tyrant may be, wherever he tries to hide, I will not hold back from crossing forests, mountains, and even the ocean to protest against injustice. To establish right and truth, I will fight until my death, with my last strength, against injustice and untruth." The great Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was greatly pleased to hear such a spirited reply from Hazrat Imam Hussein. Unseen, his two eyes filled with tears of joy. He kept them hidden. Affectionately stroking his beloved grandson's back with his blessed cool hand, he said, "O my dear grandson, embodiment of right and truth, you are the incorruptible servant of the great Prophet's Islam, the worthy son of Sheri Koda Hazrat Ali radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. You are the possessor of boundless honor. Almighty Allah, observing your justice, truthfulness, and courage, is greatly pleased. You will receive the reward of your truthfulness and courage. In your very lineage will be born a 9-jeweled treasure, each of whom will be counted as a famous imam. O apple of my eye, through you the line of your descendants will remain unbroken until the day of judgment. O beloved grandson, listen to the names of the famous imams of your lineage. Hazrat Zainul Abidin Rahmatullahi Alaihi, Hazrat Muhammad Baqir Rahmatullahi Alaihi, Hazrat Jafar Sadiq Rahmatullahi Alaihi, Hazrat Musa Kazim Rahmatullahi Alaihi, Hazrat Musa Ali Reza Rahmatullahi Alaihi, Hazrat Junaid Rahmatullahi Alaihi, Hazrat Ali Askar Rahmatullahi Alaihi, Hazrat Hassan Khalis Rahmatullahi Alaihi, and Hazrat Imam Mahdi Rahmatullahi Alaihi. The great Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam then turned from Hussein radiyallahu ta'ala anhu and looking at his eldest grandson Hazrat Hassan radiyallahu ta'ala anhu calmly said, "O beloved grandson Hassan, let me ask you, if after my passing someone treats you badly or engages in causing you harm or plunges you into terrible hardship or without cause begins to oppress you, what conduct do you expect to show him?" Hazrat Hassan radiyallahu ta'ala anhu was of a calm nature, not the slightest disturbed. He said calmly and with great humility, "O grandfather, I will try to win over the enemy with good conduct. I hope to purify the ill-behaved with good conduct as well. I will try my best to protect myself from vengeful and retaliatory conduct. Not vengeance and retaliation, but love and good counsel. I will try my utmost, insha'Allah, to bring the misguided back to the path of righteousness and truth." The great Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was greatly enchanted upon learning of such a desire from his most beloved elder grandson, Hazrat Fatima radiyallahu ta'ala anha's precious son, Hazrat Hassan radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. Looking affectionately at Hazrat Hassan radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, he said, "O my dear jewel, seeing the display of your great soul and forgiving heart, Almighty Allah is greatly pleased. You too will be honored for it from Almighty Allah. He will reward you with an invaluable gift. O beloved grandson, know, your gift is that in your lineage will appear a supreme personality among the world-renowned friends of Allah. He will bring the misguided Muslims of that time back to the path of righteousness and truth. He will establish the rules of Islam firmly. In the light of his knowledge, darkness will be dispelled. He will be a great guide for the world's Muslims. Through his strict practice and efforts, all superstitions will disappear. Through the light of his spiritual power, until the day of judgment, illumination will remain. In generosity, magnanimity, greatness, there will be no comparison to him. This great practitioner, the pride of Islam, will come to the world in your very lineage. His name will be Awliya-e-Azam, the crown of the community of practitioners, Sayyid Abdul Qadir Jilani. Then the great Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam placed his blessed hands on the shoulders of his two grandsons and, in a most affectionate and loving voice, said, "O my most beloved grandsons, you too are the possessors of great fortune. Your descendants in the world will erect a bright monument through their protection of the faith in works, in thought, and in ideals. Brother Hussein's lineage will attain the honor and status of 9 friends of Allah and true crown jewel practitioners. Brother Hassan, one friend of Allah and pious servant in your lineage, will attain the same honor and status, preserving the reputation of your lineage." Hearing these words issued from the mouth of the great Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, both grandsons were very pleased. Overjoyed, they embraced their grandfather's neck and praised Almighty Allah. By Allah's will, Hazrat Great Saint Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi was born in the lineage of Hazrat Hassan radiallahu ta'ala anhu in the dark days of Islam. The world prophet's advanced good news came true. He was merely expressing the will of Almighty Allah. Alhamdulillah. Countless Karamat are observed in the life of the great Saint Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Dear viewers and listeners, today I will discuss these Karamat one after another in detail. In Baghdad city lived a woman who had one son. Shortly before the birth of this son, her husband had died. They were extremely poor. Driven by want, she would work in people's homes to run her household. This woman's neighbor was a disciple of the great Saint Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. That woman noticed that whenever her neighbor returned home, there was a beautiful smile on his face. Seeing that smile, she wondered, "Where does my neighbor go every day? Let me go and meet him for a while." Then she went to her neighbor's house and asked, "Brother, where do you go every day? And when you return home each day, there is a nurani smile on your face. What is the reason?" Hearing this, her neighbor replied, "I have found a great teacher. Do you know who? He is Barapir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi." Hearing this, the woman asked again, "Brother, who is he? I have never heard his name." Then the neighbor said, "Barapir is an honored friend of Almighty Lord of the Worlds. He is so beloved to Almighty Lord of the Worlds that by the blessing of his prayer, even the waves of the ocean can be stilled. Before him, rich and poor, small and great are all equal. His words are so sweet that once you hear them, you want to hear them again and again. His face is so beautiful that once you see it, you want to see it again and again." Hearing such words, the woman said, "Brother, meeting such a person is a matter of good fortune. But brother, I am busy all day with work. After finishing my household work, I must also work at other people's houses. But I will certainly go to his gathering one day." Hearing this, the neighbor said, "All right, come with me one day and see for yourself." Then the woman took leave of her neighbor and left. Thus many days passed. Every day the woman would go with her son to the seashore to play. The reason for going to the seashore was to wash clothes. After washing was done, she would again go to work at other people's homes. One day on the way, she met her neighbor again. Seeing her, he then said, "Yes, sister, worldly work will keep coming. Rather come to Barapir's gathering with me one day. Such an opportunity will not come again and again." Hearing this, the woman decided that tomorrow she would finish all her work early and would definitely take her son and go to Barapir's court. The next day, she took her son and appeared at Barapir's gathering. Arriving at the gathering, the woman noticed that her son, who was mischievous all day, had become quiet and still at Barapir's gathering, and this child of hers was listening very attentively to Barapir's discourse. She also noticed that here lakhs of people were listening attentively to Barapir's words. Then she too began listening attentively to the words of Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. After the gathering ended, the woman returned home with her neighbor. As soon as she reached home, her little child began being mischievous again. Seeing this, she was astonished and began thinking that her little child had been so quiet at Barapir's gathering, yet as soon as she came home, he began being mischievous. Now she understood that being present at Barapir's gathering was also a matter of great fortune. Thus, days passed. The woman kept renewing her faith by listening to Barapir's discourses at the gatherings. Some days later, the woman went as usual to the seashore to wash her clothes. That day, she was absent-mindedly cleaning her clothes. She was not paying attention to where her little child was. Suddenly, she noticed that her little child was being swept away by the waves of the sea. Then she ran to try to save her child. By that time, her son had been lost among the waves of the sea. Then the woman began crying out, but she could not save her child in any way. Then she came crying to her neighbors and said, "Someone help me. My child has been swept away by the waves of the sea. Save him." Then they asked, "How long has your child been swept out to sea?" In reply, the woman said, "It has been at least an hour." Hearing this, all said, "Then it is no longer possible to save your child. Now the sea has become stormy, and in this state, no person will dare enter the sea." Then the woman said, "How can I live without my child?" Then she ran to the Qazi. "O Qazi Sahib, appoint someone who can swim in the sea, someone who can rescue my child." Hearing the woman's words, the Qazi reluctantly appointed some youths who could swim in the sea. Then those youths began searching for the child in the sea, but none of them could find the woman's child. Then the neighbors said to the woman, "By this time your child has probably died. You must be patient." Then the woman began saying, "What is this you are saying? I cannot be patient. He is my only beloved son. Take me to Barapir. I will grasp his feet and ask him to return my child. I will say to him that by his sign and Almighty Lord of the world's will, even the waves of the sea are stilled, and saving my child is not a very big task for him." Then, at the woman's earnest pleas, the people of the area took her to the court of Barapir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi and explained the entire incident to him. Then Barapir asked the woman, "Daughter, tell me, how long has it been since your child drowned?" In reply, the woman said, "My child drowned in the morning, and now it is nearing noon." Saying this, the woman began weeping and saying, "Sir, save my child. By Almighty Allah's mercy, please do this task." Hearing this, Barapir took the woman and neighbors to the seashore. When Barapir brought them there, due to the storm at sea, huge waves were rising. In these massive waves, the survival of that little child was utterly impossible. Then Barapir looked at the woman once and began praying at the court of Almighty Lord of the worlds, raising both hands. "O my master, O master of the sea, O master of the world, cool this mother's heart. Bring out her son safely from within this sea. O my Lord, my faith is in you, and my belief is in you. You never turn away your servant's supplication. You alone are sufficient for me. O Allah, do not turn away this humble servant of yours." Then Barapir looked at the woman and asked, "O daughter, what was your child's name?" In reply, the woman said, "I named my child after our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. My child's name is Muhammad." Hearing the child's name, Barapir did that deed which the whole world watched. He went to the sea and began saying, "O Muhammad, come out from within the sea." As soon as he said this, all watched in amazement as the child's hand emerged from the middle of the sea. Then the child began saying, "Labaik, Barapir Abdul Qadir Jilani, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, Labaik." Then Barapir took the child by the hand and pulled him out of the sea. Seeing this sight, the woman could not believe that her child was still alive after having been in the middle of the sea for half the day. Then, seeing Barapir's dignity, she was compelled to believe and fell at his feet. Then Barapir said, "Daughter, give thanks not at my feet, but to your Lord, who has returned your child. Undoubtedly, this matter has occurred by the command of Almighty Lord of the worlds." Subhanallah. In a village lived a Hindu woman. That woman was quite beautiful. The woman was married. In that village was a Muslim youth whose gaze was very bad. He always cast lustful eyes on that Hindu woman. He always wanted to have that woman for himself, and wherever that woman went, that youth would follow behind her. One day that Hindu woman was going somewhere with her husband. They were both walking on foot through the middle of a forest. The woman was suffering greatly walking. Still, she was walking with her husband. Meanwhile, that wicked man began following them on horseback. He too was following behind on horseback. The Muslim man said to the Hindu woman, "You are walking. No doubt you are suffering greatly. If you wish, you can sit on my horse. I will take you to wherever you are going." Then the woman's husband said, "No, brother, we have no need. We will go on foot. That you offered is enough. We are grateful." In fact, the intention of that Muslim man was bad. He wanted to somehow get that woman on his horse. The youth kept trying to persuade the couple that the woman should sit on his horse, or else she would suffer. But the woman's husband would not agree in any way. The Hindu woman's husband could now correctly understand that this youth had bad intentions. The woman's husband said, "Well, tell me what your intention is." The Muslim youth replied, "Look, I have no intention. Your wife is a woman. She's going on foot. She's suffering greatly. I only wanted to seat her on my horse to relieve her suffering. So I wanted to help you. Believe me, I have no bad intention." The Hindu woman's husband said, "Looking at you, one would think you are a Muslim. As far as I know, Muslims generally do not lie. Well, my wife will get on your horse only when you can give me some guarantee." The youth said, "I want to help you, and in return you want a guarantee. Well then tell me what guarantee you want." Then the Hindu man said, "Your Barapir Ghausul Azam Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi is a great man of Allah. Give me his guarantee and tell me that you will deliver my wife safely." Meanwhile, the Muslim youth was not an Allah-fearing person. He did not care for prayer or the Quran. He had no respect for Barapir. Barapir's word had no importance to him, so he gave a false guarantee to have the Hindu woman close and said, "I guarantee in the name of Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. If any harm comes to your wife, he will take my neck." Then the Hindu woman agreed to sit on that youth's horse. The Hindu woman sat on the horse and her husband walked in front. The Muslim man began going with the Hindu woman on his horse. After going for some time, suddenly the Muslim youth drew his sword and cut the neck of the Hindu woman's husband. That Hindu man's lifeless body lay there. The woman began saying, "What have you done? Why did you do this? What is your intention? Let me go. I will get down. I must help my husband. I must save him. You gave the guarantee in Barapir's name that you would deliver me safely, that you would do no harm. Then why did you do this? What is your intention? Tell me." Then the Muslim youth said, "Actually, I always wanted to have you close. I was watching you from the beginning, and today I got the opportunity. So today I want to make you my own. And most importantly, I do not obey any Allah-fearing person or peer, nor do I respect them. So the matter of the guarantee was a complete lie." Then the woman said, "I would like to see your Barapir." Then the youth said, "How could Barapir come in this forest?" As the horse was moving forward, right in front stood an elderly man. His face was not clearly visible, and the elder had a sword in his hand. Seeing this, the elder cut the neck of that Muslim man, took the Hindu woman to her husband's corpse, and that unknown elder placed her husband's neck back on his body and revived him, saying, "Get up in Allah's name." Immediately the Hindu man became as before. Then Barapir disappeared from there. Subhanallah. The Hindu woman was astonished at seeing this sight. She asked her husband, "Well, do you think that man was Barapir, or was he some angel of Allah?" Then the woman's husband said, "As far as I recall, someone was saying to me, 'Rise in Allah's name.'" Then the woman said, "I feel that because you gave a guarantee in Barapir's name, Allah has saved you as guarantee, and we have been saved from a great danger." Then the woman's husband said, "I feel that in exchange for my life, I must become a Muslim. What do you think?" Then the Hindu woman said, "I was going to tell you that we should become Muslims, but I did not tell you out of fear until now. Come, let us become Muslims." Then both of them appeared at Barapir's court and, reciting the kalima, became Muslims. Subhanallah. Once a person of atheistic views set out for Barapir's abode to ask him 3 questions. Coming near Barapir's abode, he saw a servant. He asked the servant, "Where is your Barapir?" The servant showed him Barapir's room. The atheist entered Barapir's room and said, "I have come to ask you 3 questions. To this day, no one has been able to answer these 3 questions, and I expect you will not either. Yet I want to ask you these 3 questions." Barapir said, "Tell me, what are your 3 questions?" Then the atheist said, "My first question is this. No one has seen Allah. So how do people bear witness in the kalima without seeing Allah that there is no God but Allah? My second question is, Almighty Allah is powerful over all things. He is the controller of everything. Then everything that happens in this world, good or bad, happens by His will. Then why should man be held responsible for any bad deed? My third question is, Satan is made of fire, and Almighty Allah has announced that on the day of judgment, Satan will be burned with fire. If Satan is made of fire, then how will fire be burned with fire?" Hearing these 3 questions of the atheist, Barapir fell into much thought. He thought for quite some time. Seeing Barapir become thoughtful, the atheist smiled and said, "I knew you could not do it, so you have fallen into thought and become worried." After some time passed like this, suddenly Barapir threw a nearby lump of mud at the atheist. From the impact of the lump of mud, blood was flowing from the atheist's head. He said, "What is this? What great harm you have done me? What did I do to you? I will go right now to the Qazi's court and lodge a complaint against you, and I will place you in the dock." Then the atheist went to the Qazi's court and explained everything. Hearing everything, the Qazi sent a soldier to Barapir to bring him. That soldier went and brought Barapir to the Qazi's court. After Barapir came to the Qazi's court, the Qazi greeted him and said, "Why did you make this person bloodied with a lump of mud like this? Why did you strike him?" Barapir said, "That I struck him. Is there any proof of it?" Then the atheist said, "You struck me. What proof is needed? I myself am giving testimony, and I'm feeling pain because of it." Then Barapir, looking at the Qazi, said, "This man asked me, 'No one has seen Allah. So why do people, even without seeing Allah, bear witness in the kalima that there is no God but Allah? Then that I have struck him, no one has seen it. Then without proof, how can he lodge a complaint against me? If he can understand that I have struck him only by feeling pain, then we too say we do not see our Allah, but we always feel Him. The creator of this world, the heavens, the earth, mountains, plants, animals and humans, and 18,000 creations He has created. All these we believe with heart and soul, and from that feeling we can understand that Allah is one and only." Then the atheist said, "All right, I have got the answer to my first question. Now give the answer to the second question." Then Barapir said, Your second question was, Almighty Allah is powerful over all things. He is the controller of everything. Then, why is man held responsible for any bad deed? The answer to your question is within this very incident. If everything happens by His command, then why are you blaming me for this incident? And why are you lodging a complaint in my name? Everything has happened by Allah's command. Then the atheist said, all right, I have understood. I have received the answer to the second question too. Then give the answer to my third question. Then Bara Pir, looking at the Qazi, said, this atheist's third question was, Satan is made of fire, and Almighty Allah has announced that on the day of judgment He will burn Satan with fire. So how is fire burned with fire? In answer to this, I want to say to the atheist through you, with what did I strike you? The atheist said, with a lump of mud you made me bloody. Then Bara Pir said, if I struck you with a lump of mud, then you too are made of mud. You are a person made of mud, and if mud strikes mud, whether or not it happens, there is no reason for you to feel pain. Hearing such answers from Bara Pir's mouth, the atheist was stunned. Then the atheist said, sir, I have understood. The master of everything is Almighty Allah. I was in error all this time. Please forgive me. And at this moment I have brought faith in Almighty Lord of the worlds. La ilaha illallahu Muhammadur Rasulullah. A person's age reached 60 years. He had never been able to become a disciple of any peer, but his wife was a disciple of a peer. Even his children were disciples of a peer. And because of this, that person's worry was very great. He had never gone to any peer. It is not that in his area, when any peer came to give an invitation to Islam, he would attend that peer's invitation. He would sit in that peer's gathering and observe the peer from foot to head. If he did not like the peer, he would leave. But if he liked some peer and did not like some word of the peer, immediately he would say, this word is completely wrong. I do not believe this peer at all. He cannot be a genuine peer, and he has no qualification to be a peer. Even if he saw some peer who had never put on shoes on the right foot first, but had first put on the left foot, he would immediately say, no, this is not right at all. This person cannot be a peer. That is, that man's nature was to always find fault with people. One day his wife said, please quickly become the disciple of some peer. Otherwise, there is no assurance of life or death. If you die without the company of any peer, then a very great mistake could happen. Many great learned men say that whoever has no peer, his peer is Satan. But in reply, that man says, that is of no concern to me. As long as I do not find the guidance of some good peer, I will not become a disciple of any peer. Then his wife said, your word is true. There is no assurance between life and death. If I die, my resurrection will be with my peer. But what will you do? Death can come at any time. Then that man was silenced upon hearing his wife's words. Now the alarm bell rang. He began to think in his heart that his wife had spoken the correct words. There is truly no assurance of life and death. If it were to be that tomorrow I do not see the sun, what would happen to me? Thinking about these matters, at that time the Isha Adhan was given, and having offered the Isha prayer, the man lay down in bed. But sleep was not coming to him. Only one thing was circling in his head. If I die without the company of a peer, what will happen to me at the resurrection? Thinking this, the very last part of the night came. Then he got up and prayed to Almighty Allah and said, O great Lord of the worlds, I have seen many, I have searched much. I have observed everything about them, but I have only seen their shortcomings. From now on, I will not do this. I will leave home today, and whoever I see, I will make him my peer. Then that man left home with this intention. Coming out, he saw a caravan of thieves going, and there he saw the goods stolen by the thieves loaded. That man stood watching those sights. Then the thief, who was at the very back of the caravan, went to that man. The man noticed that the thief had hidden his face. Then that man remembered his vow. His vow was that whoever came before him would be made his peer. Remembering this, without thinking, he grasped the thief's feet and began saying, "Peer Sahib, make me your disciple." The thief was greatly surprised and began thinking, "Why is this person calling me Peer Sahib?" Then the thief said, "Brother, do I look like a peer? I am a thief. How can I be your peer?" Then the man said, "That is of no concern to me. I have made a vow to Almighty Allah, and today the first person my eyes see, I will make my peer. Today I have seen you first, and you have not come here alone. My Almighty Allah has sent you here." Then the thief became quite worried. "Hey, brother, are you mad? I'm an ordinary thief. Those you see in this caravan, they are all thieves. How can I give you good advice? If you hold me like this, then my caravan will leave me and go far away." Meanwhile, that man was stubborn. He kept saying, "Whoever you are, whether a thief or a sinner, first make me your disciple, then go." Then the thief said, "Why are you being so stubborn? I am immersed in sin, and my sins are so many that I do not know what will happen to me in the hereafter, so how can I make you my disciple?" Then the thief told the man all his stories of theft, so that he might be freed from that man. But the man was also very stubborn. He would not let go of the thief's feet in any way and said, "I am enchanted by your words. I will not let you go." The thief was surprised and asked, "But why?" Then the man said, "Until today, all the peers I have seen only praised themselves, and you not only do not praise yourself, but tell of your bad deeds. I have understood. All the peers I have seen until now were fakes, but you are the only person I have found in a real form." Then the thief began thinking, "Oh Allah, what condition is this for me? I told him about my sins so that he would leave me and go, but on the contrary, he is holding me more firmly." Then the thief said, "All right, then you are my disciple, and I am your peer. Is that not so?" Then the man said, "Yes, sir, you are my peer, I am your disciple." Then the thief said, "Then obeying the peer's command is very necessary." Then the man said, "Yes, sir, if you want my life, I will sacrifice my life at your feet." Then the thief said, "All right, you do not have to give your life, just do this much, let go of my foot." But in reply, the man said, "You are my pyre. I will give you my neck, but I will not let you go. First make me your disciple." Then the thief began thinking, "This is such a stubborn person. I must think of some other way." Then that thief said, "Look, the house that is visible ahead, that is our target. I do not know which houses my thief companions have gone to leaving me, but our target was to steal in that house. Now I will go to the house that is seen ahead and steal in front of you. Then you will have to believe that I am a thief." Then the man only kept saying one thing, "Look, do what you have to do, but make me your disciple." The thief said, "All right, come with me." But the thief was thinking something in his mind. He kept saying, "You seem like a very good person. You have left home in search of Almighty Allah, and you want the company of a bad person like me. Look, I am a very great sinner. I always steal, and even now I am going to steal. Look, if you commit a sin, it is counted as a sin, and silently watching a sin is also a kind of offense. Do not come with me, rather stay here. I am going inside, and I will bring the stolen goods and show you. Then if you still think that I am not a thief but a peer, then I will make you a disciple." Hearing this, that man said, "All right, promise me." The thief said, "Yes, I promise." Then that thief went inside, and that man waited outside. When the thief went inside, he saw that the whole house was dark, and there was no light inside at all, only a lamp was burning inside. That thief began his sleight of hand in the darkness, but he could not see anything in the darkness and could not find anything. After searching for a long time, he found a tasbih, and on the other side he found a prayer mat. Going a little further, he understood that this was a prayer room. Now it occurred to him that the master of this house goes out wearing very nice clothes. Then why is there nothing in his house? Seeing him, one always thought he was rich, but now it appears he is poor. The thief was stealing and thinking. On the other side, Pir Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi was watching everything. As he was watching the thief steal, before him came Hazrat Khizr alayhi salam. Hazrat Khizr alayhi salam said, "O Abdul Qadir Jilani, there is a lack of pirs in Baghdad. Before the sun rises in the morning, give someone the title of pir." Dear viewers and listeners, now see our Pir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Pir said, "There is no need to go here and there. A thief has come to my house. For a long time he has been trying his sleight of hand, but so far he has found nothing. Let it not be that he goes to Baghdad and says, 'I found nothing in Pir's house.' O Khizr alayhi salam, therefore I have decided to make this thief appear." Now Pir's arrow struck the right target, and that thief became a disciple of a pir. Then Pir kept that thief under his own supervision for 3 days. After 3 days, Pir said, "O my disciple, I did not make you a pir for you to only keep looking at me. From now on, you have many responsibilities. O my disciple, the land of Baghdad is waiting for you." Thus, Pir Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi opened the door of Khilafat to that thief and made him his own Khalifa. When the thief was leaving, Pir Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi said, "O my son, listen. At the outer door, one disciple of yours is waiting. First take the person outside the door as your disciple, then go to Baghdad." Subhanallah. Dear viewers and listeners, this was that person who had gone in the middle of the night in search of a thief. And on the other side, think of Pir's insight, how he made a thief appear. And without seeing, he said that for 3 days, a disciple of his had been waiting outside. Subhanallah. Once in springtime, Pir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, on his travels, arrived at a village. In that village lived a religious weaver. He made his livelihood from lawfully earned goods by his own hand. He would make valuable velvet cloth and sell it at high prices to nobles and princes. When Pir arrived at his weaving house, that weaver greeted him with salam and, out of devotion, laid out a seat for him. To honor the devotee's respect and devotion, Pir accepted the seat. Meanwhile, the weaver was very pleased to be able to seat Pir, but began to think how to honor Pir. Finally, he decided that he would present Pir with a piece of velvet cloth he had woven with his own hand. Then he handed a bolt of velvet to Pir and said, "This is made with my own hand. Please accept my gift, and I will consider myself blessed." Pir warmly accepted the devotee's gift and took his leave from there. After Pir left, that weaver made a resolution in his heart. Every year he would make 2 bolts of velvet. One he would give as a gift to Pir, and the other he would sell to make his living. Meanwhile, this weaver had a neighbor who always envied him. His simple way of life could not be tolerated by that neighbor in any way. So that envious person was always plotting against him. Now that envious person made a complaint to the king of Najd. "O king, that weaver who supplies you with velvet, every year he makes 2 bolts of velvet. Whichever bolt is of the finest quality, he offers as tribute to his pir. But the relatively worse bolt he sells to you at high prices. You do not know this, so I have come to inform you." Hearing this, the proud king became lost in anger. Immediately sending a soldier, he had that religious weaver brought to the royal palace. The king asked him sternly, "I have come to know that every year you make 2 bolts of velvet. Of these, the good one you give to some roadside dervish or pir, and the relatively worse one you give to me, yet you take a high price. Roadside pirs and beggars do not need such valuable cloth. If you do this in the future, I will give you fitting punishment." Hearing such words from the king, the weaver was greatly grieved, but he could not protest the king's such conduct. Carrying the grief in his heart, he silently went home. The next day, to inform his Pir Sahib about the king's words, he came to the Pir Sahib's house, Then he told Barapir the entire incident and requested, "Sir, if you do not give this king a fitting punishment, many innocent people will be humiliated by him." Meanwhile, Barapir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, hearing such words from his disciple's mouth, though grieved in his heart, did not show it. He said to his disciple, "Son, we peers and beggars are poor people. If nobles and princes speak to us in this way, what does it matter to us? They are indifferent to religion and ignorant. That is why they belittle peers and dervishes." Hearing such words from Barapir's mouth, the disciple went home sad. Meanwhile, the king began oppressing and tormenting that weaver. Exasperated, the weaver again made a complaint to Barapir and sought remedy from Barapir. When the weaver was telling Barapir about the king's oppression, Barapir was in a state of divine wrath. Hearing this news of the oppression of his disciple, he said, "Almighty Allah can now give the tyrant fitting punishment. You need not worry any further." Then Barapir drew an image of the city of Najd on a piece of paper and gave it to his disciple. "Go, at the time of pressing this talisman under an earthen bowl, say, 'O tyrant king, you and your entourage will vanish into it. Remember, unless someone lifts the bowl, no one will be freed from it.'" The weaver took the talisman and the bowl and left Barapir's presence. Reaching home, following Barapir's instruction, when the weaver pressed the talisman with the bowl, the tyrant king and his followers disappeared. Previously, the religious father of the king of Najd had gone to Mecca to perform Hajj. Having completed Hajj when he entered his own city, he saw that his chief beloved son, soldiers and others, no one could be found. Not finding any trace of them, he became greatly troubled. Grief-stricken over his son, he began searching in the fields and forests and everywhere, and began saying, "O Allah, what a wondrous power of yours! Nowhere in the kingdom is there any sign of any human being." The father of that tyrant king, wandering, entered a forest. Entering the forest, he saw a dervish. He explained the entire incident to that dervish. To be rescued from the danger, he sought help from the dervish. Then that dervish gave him a talisman and said, "Haji Sahib, put this talisman in a silver casing and place it under your head when sleeping at night. In your dream, the great personage who appears to you will give you the correct answer." Haji Sahib was a very religious person. At night, returning home, he completed all the tasks as the dervish had said. At night, in his sleep, he saw that Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam had come to him. Then he told Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam of his grief. Hearing his grief, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam prayed to the merciful Almighty Allah. Then from the unseen came a voice, "O my beloved Habib, whoever engages in enmity with my beloved servant Barapir Abdul Qadir Jilani and oppresses people, his punishment should be like this. Only if Abdul Qadir Jilani forgives him will he find deliverance. Otherwise, there is no salvation for him." Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, having learned of the entire incident, obtained forgiveness for the offense of the king of Najd from Barapir Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Meanwhile, the next morning Barapir called his disciple, that weaver, and said, "Son, without further delay, lift up your earthen bowl. Let the captives find deliverance. The tyrant king will never again commit unjust oppression." By the command of Barapir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, as soon as his disciple weaver lifted that bowl, the king of Najd, his soldiers and his followers were freed and became visible. Haji Sahib, seeing everyone freed, gave thanks at the court of Almighty Allah. The next day, Father Haji Sahib and son King came to the court of Barapir Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Both father and son fell at Barapir's feet and made a request to Barapir to be made disciples. Barapir forgave all their offenses, made them disciples, and advised everyone to give up envy and malice and to walk with justice and honesty, and gave them leave. Subhanallah. In Baghdad city was a thief. He was always stealing from people's homes, stealing and stealing. One day he entered the home of Bara Pir, Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, with the intention of stealing. Meanwhile, Bara Pir, sensing the thief's presence in the house, locked the thief inside the room. After the thief entered the room, his eyes closed. He could see nothing. Then the thief could not understand what to do or how or from which direction to get out of the house. He fell into great worry. Then he sat in a corner of the room and began to repent in his heart, wondering why he had entered this house. In this way, the entire night passed. The next morning, one of Bara Pir's servants, Khwaja Khizr Rahmatullahi Alaihi, came before Bara Pir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi and said, "Today a friend of Allah has passed away. For the burial rites of this friend, a qualified person is needed now. If you have any such qualified person, tell me, and I will appoint him for that burial work." Then Bara Pir said to his servant Hazrat Khwaja Khizr Rahmatullahi Alaihi, "In the room, a poor helpless person is sitting. Go, bring him here." Following Bara Pir's word, the servant Hazrat Khwaja Khizr Rahmatullahi Alaihi took that person out of the room. When that thief was brought before Bara Pir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi placed a spiritual gaze on that thief's eyes and gave him spiritual strength. In an instant, the person became a devoted man. Subhanallah. Then Hazrat Khwaja Khizr Rahmatullahi Alaihi took this new devoted man with him. Then a servant said to Bara Pir, "Sir, who is this person?" In reply, Bara Pir said, "That person is a thief. He had entered my house to steal, so I had detained him. That he would come to my house and leave empty-handed cannot be. So I gave him spiritual instruction and made him wealthy." Subhanallah. A snake would follow Bara Pir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi daily. In fact, that snake was a wicked jinn. He mainly wanted to bring Bara Pir into difficulty, but even after planning for many days, he could not bring Bara Pir into any difficulty. This wicked snake's plan was that by any means he would draw Ghausul Azam, Bara Pir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi away from his good deeds and cause him to fall into misguidance. But after hundreds of plans, when this snake-form wicked jinn could cause no harm, then that snake-formed jinn appeared before Satan for help. "O Satan, I want to plunge Bara Pir into sin. People are crazy about him. They go mad to hear his discourses. People honor him greatly, respect him, and this matter is not tolerable to me at all. O Satan, give me strength, give me advice, so that I can stand in the thorn of his path, and so that he cannot bring anyone to the path of faith, and cannot make anyone recite the kalima." Hearing the snake's words, Satan was very pleased and gave the snake strength. Thus, taking strength from Satan, the snake-formed wicked jinn left. Meanwhile, one day, Bara Pir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi was giving instruction to his disciples at his educational institution. Many great scholars were also present there. They were all listening to Bara Pir's discourse with great attention and etiquette. In this vast gathering, Bara Pir was giving such a discourse that everyone was engrossed in listening to his discourse. No one had any distraction. At this time, that wicked snake fell from the ceiling above the wall in the middle of the gathering. Immediately, panic spread among all present. In size, the snake was massive. The snake attacked Bara Pir. People began fleeing from there out of fear. But some people who loved Bara Pir became worried at the thought of Bara Pir. But Bara Pir did not move from his place a bit. There was no sign of fear or panic on his face. Rather, he was sitting calmly. He had not stopped his discourse then either. The snake gradually climbed up Bara Pir's foot and slowly wrapped around his blessed body. Thus, at one point, it wrapped around Bara Pir's neck. But even so, Bara Pir was not the least alarmed, and he did not stop his discourse. There seemed to be no worry in Bara Pir about this snake. Then the snake released Barapir and stood before him and began speaking with him. The snake stood as if after a long time someone had caught an enemy in his own grasp. After speaking with Barapir for some time, that snake left. People were amazed to see this strange sight from a little distance. They had thought that perhaps the snake would harm Barapir, but nothing of that sort happened. Then those people appeared before Barapir again. Sir, this is an unbelievable incident. Such a huge snake, so terrible, could destroy anyone in a moment if it wished. But the snake did nothing to you. What did the snake say standing before you, sir? Then Barapir said, "The snake you saw was our enemy. He had come to harm us. He wanted the discourse here to stop. He wanted the remembrance of Allah's Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam to stop here. He had been trying for many days to harm us. But today, when he began wrapping around me, he began to feel that all his strength had ended. Then this snake could not do any harm to me, because Almighty Allah's protection is the greatest." And you were saying, what did the snake say? The snake came to me and said, "O Ghausul Azam, in this world I have seen many great Allah-fearing pious servants who never abandoned prayer, from whose hearts remembrance of Almighty Allah never left. I have led even them astray from the path of faith, but only with you have I lost." Then I said to the snake, "The only master of life and death is Almighty Allah. You are just an ordinary snake. One day you will die. By Almighty Allah's mercy, you cannot harm me, and the greatest protector is Almighty Allah." Hearing this, the snake left from there. Barapir began his discourse again and eliminated the fear of the people too. The snake began thinking, this peer was giving discourse in front of so many people. I could do nothing to him, but next time I will not run away out of fear. I will separate this peer from his faith. Such a hateful desire was in this snake-form wicked jinn. In fact, this snake did not know that he was not an ordinary peer. He was the peer of peers, Barapir Ghausul Azam Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Anyway, the snake kept waiting for how to harm Barapir and remove him from Islam. One day the snake-formed jinn got the opportunity. Barapir Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi was praying in a mosque. He was making prostration after prostration at the court of Almighty Allah. At this time the snake-formed jinn appeared. Coming immediately, it opened its mouth wide and sat in the place of Barapir's prostration. And the snake was thinking with great pride, what will this peer do now? If it were an ordinary person, he might have left prayer out of fear and run away. But Barapir feared no one except Almighty Allah. There was no sign of fear or panic on his blessed face. When he was going into prostration, he removed the snake from the place of prostration as if it were not a harmful creature, but an ordinary insect that had no power to harm. But the snake did not retreat. It wrapped around Barapir's neck. But this time too, the peer of peers, Barapir Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, was praying undisturbed. Then the snake entered inside Barapir's tunic. It entered from one side of the tunic and came out through the other side. The snake tried its utmost to see how Barapir's prayer could be ruined. The snake was thinking, at some time or another, Barapir's attention will surely be broken. His prayer will surely be broken. But Barapir's prayer was not ruined. Rather, he completed the entire prayer and only rose after making the final salam. As soon as he made the salam, the snake disappeared from there without saying anything. Where the snake had come from, why it had come, it said nothing. The next day's incident, Barapir went to that mosque again to pray. There he noticed that in front of the mosque's door, he saw someone big. He was standing there in a very helpless condition. He was looking at Barapir with helpless eyes. Barapir had many disciples who were jinn. Seeing him, Barapir immediately understood, this is none other. He is a jinn. The jinn came before Barapir in a very weakened state and joined his hands and began asking for forgiveness. At the same time, he began to weep bitterly. Stopping the weeping, that jinn said, "Sir, I am a jinn destined for hell. I have troubled you every moment. For several months now I have been sitting here for this reason, that I might remove you from your work. And in people's eyes I could destroy your honor. I am that snake who wanted to remove you from your path. Before this too, I have removed many Allah-fearing persons from their faith, but I have found no one like you, in whom I have failed to draw you away from your worship. I could neither stop you from your discourse, nor could I remove you from your prayer. Even having taken strength from Satan, I could not separate you from your love and the love of Almighty Allah. Then Barapir said, the applause of people I do not do. I only do the work of bringing people to the path of Allah, drawing them to the worship of Allah. And for this reason even jinn place their trust on me. Then the jinn said, Sir, please pray for me. I want to become a Muslim. Then that jinn became a Muslim at Barapir's hand. Subhanallah. Allah's beloved servant, Barapir, Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani, Rahmatullahi Alaihi's father, Sayyid Muhammad Abu Saleh Alaihi, was a learned person. Undoubtedly, he was the worthy father of a worthy son. Barapir's father was always engaged in the worship of Allah. From his very young age, he was crazy about attaining the marifa of Almighty Allah. One day's incident, he set out on a journey for religious work. When he was walking alone, he had no goods or food with him. Walking and walking, at one point he became very tired. Being tired, he tried to rest under a tree. After resting for some time, he began walking again. Walking and walking, being extremely tired, he had a severe hunger in his stomach. At one moment he noticed that an apple was floating in the river water. He made great effort and brought that apple into the palm of his hand and ate the apple with great satisfaction. After eating the apple, it occurred to him, whose apple did I eat? And why did I eat this apple? Alas, what have I done? Without the permission of the true owner, I have eaten this apple. What will happen to me now? Almighty Allah will surely be displeased with me. Thinking this, a thought came into Sayyid Muhammad Abu Saleh, Rahmatullahi Alaihi's head. He thought that only if he asked forgiveness from the true owner of that apple would Almighty Allah forgive him. Then Sayyid Muhammad Abu Saleh, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, began walking against the current to find the true owner of that apple. Walking and walking along the riverbank, after walking for a long time, he saw several apple trees. He was more or less certain that he had eaten the apple from those apple trees. Then he searched for the owner of these apple trees around. After some time, two people came. He asked them, who is the owner of this apple tree? Those two people showed Sayyid Muhammad Abu Saleh, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, the house of the true owner of this apple orchard. Abu Saleh, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, entered the house in search of that owner. Entering inside the house, he saw that the owner of this house was a dervish. The dervish then said, what is it, son? Why have you come? Where have you come from? Abu Saleh, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, then told the entire incident of eating the apple. Hearing this incident, the apple's owner dervish had no trouble understanding that a distinguished learned person had come before him. Then another thought came into his head. Suppressing it, he said to Abu Saleh, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, son, you have eaten my apple. For this I can forgive you, but I have one condition. Abu Saleh, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, said, tell me, what is your condition? I will try to fulfill it appropriately. The dervish owner said, if you want to get forgiveness from me, you will have to be a servant in my house for 12 years. Now, Abu Saleh, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, fell into thought for quite some time. He also began to think that even after staying 12 years, if this dervish father forgives me, only then will I survive. Abu Saleh, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, then said, all right, I accept your condition. Then one by one, 12 years passed. Sayyid Muhammad Abu Saleh, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, spent 12 years in the house of that dervish person. After the fixed time was over, Sayyid Muhammad Abu Saleh, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, said, sir, My 12 years are complete. Now forgive me and give me permission to go." The dervish said, "No, I have not forgiven you. If you want to get forgiveness from me, then I have one more condition. You will have to fulfill that condition. That is, I have one daughter. She is blind, mute and deaf. You will have to marry her. Only then will I forgive you." Now Sayyid Muhammad Abu Saleh fell into deep thought. He had served in this house for 12 years, and now he was being asked to marry his blind, mute, deaf daughter. Only then would he forgive me. To please Allah, I must get forgiveness from this person. This time too he agreed. He said, "All right, I agree to marry your daughter. Arrange the marriage." Then the dervish completed the marriage between his daughter and Sayyid Muhammad Abu Saleh, Rahmatullahi Alaihi. After completing the marriage, he entered the bridal chamber. Sayyid Muhammad Abu Saleh entered the bridal chamber and saw an extraordinarily beautiful girl sitting there. He was startled. His wife was blind, mute, and deaf. So who was this extraordinarily beautiful girl? He came out of the room. His father-in-law had said, certainly this girl was not his wife. He came out of the bridal chamber. Coming out, he asked his father-in-law, "Who is this extraordinarily beautiful girl inside the room? And where is my wife?" Now he said, "This girl is your wife, and what I said about her being blind, mute and deaf is also true, because my daughter has never seen the face of any strange man, so I said blind. Second, no unjust word has ever come out of her mouth, so I said mute. Third, in her life she has never set foot on an unjust or dishonest path, so I said deaf." Sayyid Muhammad Abu Saleh, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, hearing these words from his father-in-law's mouth, gave thanks at the court of Almighty Lord of the worlds. In exchange for 12 years of his life, he got an exceedingly beautiful wife, and through his wife, from Almighty Lord of the worlds, he got a great personage, and that person is their biological son, Ghausul Azam Barapir, Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani, Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Regarding the recognition of the great saint as a perfect friend of Allah by certain scholars, by the will of Almighty Allah, Hazrat Great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi's fame and reputation spread all around. In the light of his education, the city of Baghdad became illuminated. In the Muslim world too, his knowledge and virtue spread. People began coming in groups. His influence and prestige were such that a certain group of scholars in Baghdad could not tolerate him. Envious, they gathered together with the purpose of testing the great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi. They planned to disturb him by asking various questions. One day, 100 scholars came to his house. The great Saint Rahmatullahi Alaihi warmly welcomed the guests who had come, and sitting in his own seat, lowered his head in contemplation. Amazing power of Allah. In the state of contemplation, from his chest, a spark of the light of divine radiance came out and, piercing the chests of the scholars present, struck their hearts. Unable to bear the flash of light, the scholars lost consciousness and began shouting restlessly. Their condition became such that they began removing their own clothes. The turbans on their heads were removed and thrown away. After some time, observing their such behavior, Barapir Rahmatullahi Alaihi said, "Why are you so restless? What has happened to you? What purpose have you come with? Please tell me openly." The scholars who had come, hearing such words from Barapir Rahmatullahi Alaihi, calmed down somewhat. Restlessness left their hearts, but they had forgotten in advance the questions they had prepared to ask. All tried, but they could not remember a single question in any way. Reluctantly, they sat silent. Then Barapir Rahmatullahi Alaihi expounded one by one the answers to their questions. Seeing this wondrous ability of Barapir, the scholars who had come were amazed. They immediately accepted Barapir Rahmatullahi Alaihi's knowledge and practice and accepted him as a perfect friend of Allah. Then, with great embarrassment, they left Barapir Rahmatullahi Alaihi's khanqa. Regarding the saving of the life and property of a certain merchant, in the time of Hazrat Barapir Rahmatullahi Alaihi, in a desert village near Baghdad city, lived a saintly master by the name of Hamad. He was a perfect person. His days passed in worship, seeking Allah's pleasure. Some disciples were his. One of his disciples was a merchant who traveled to foreign lands for business. He obeyed the commands and prohibitions of his peer Hazrat Ahmad Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Once the merchant came to the court of his peer Sahib and requested, "Sir, I have promised to go to a distant land on business in a day or two. Now give me permission. If I have your permission, I will soon set out." The Pir Sahib, in reply to his disciple's request, said, "Listen, I am not giving you permission to go anywhere on business. I forbid you. I feel that engaging in all this business is not beneficial for you. Stay at your own home, because your going for business may cause loss to both wealth and life. When your difficult time passes, then you can go for business with my permission. In that, you will have much profit." The disciple merchant was upset at such a command from his master. He began to think, why should he sit at home? How would he bear the expenses of his household? Thinking such various worries in his head, he silently took leave from his master. The merchant returned to Baghdad city and became even more worried. Everything was arranged for the trading trip. Moreover, if he did not go on the trading trip, want would appear in his household very quickly. What would he do then? Thinking about what to do, he remembered that he would express his intention to go on the trading trip to Hazrat Bara Pir Rahmatullahi Alaihi, who was in Baghdad city. He would also tell of Ahmad Rahmatullahi Alaihi's prohibition and describe the difficulties. To do that work, the merchant went to Bara Pir Rahmatullahi Alaihi's court and explained everything. Hearing everything, Bara Pir Rahmatullahi Alaihi said, "From hearing your words, it is understood that you would be happy if you could go on the trading trip. Despite your master's prohibition, you want to go on business. Well, I have given you permission. Set out on the trading trip. There is no cause for worry. I am praying at the court of Almighty Allah. May He grant you convenience in your business. May He protect you from dangers and troubles. Do not make yourself sad in vain. Wherever you go on business, I entrust you to Almighty Allah's protection. He will bring about your welfare." Having received Bara Pir Rahmatullahi Alaihi's prayer and permission, the merchant was overjoyed. Then, returning home, he quickly took the trading goods and set out on the road to a foreign land. Traveling continuously for several days, one day he arrived at a foreign market. He sold the goods and made much profit. He also bought various commodities from that country to bring back to Baghdad. He kept the purchased goods in various places so that he could bring them when returning home. Thus, for several days, he bought goods in various markets. When he thought of returning home, an extraordinary incident occurred. He forgot the places where he had kept the purchased goods. He could not remember at all. Somewhere the goods were kept, and it is not as if he could do anything based on guesswork. Falling into such difficulty, the merchant fell into great worry. What would he take home? Second, all his money had been spent on those goods. Peace of mind was troubled. In a very sad state, without setting out on the road to his homeland, he pitched a tent and began to rest. Night came. Thinking various thoughts, at one point he saw a band of desert robbers loot everything he had. One robber struck him with several knife wounds. His body became mangled. Seeing such a terrible dream, he woke up. Waking, he saw that no robbers had come into his tent. His body was also fine. He had been dreaming. Suddenly he felt pain in his neck, and rubbing his hand, he saw that a small wound was bleeding. Seeing the wound on his body and the blood flowing, the merchant was astonished. He could not understand. Fear entered his heart, and immediately raising his hands from Almighty Lord of the worlds, he gave thanks for deliverance from the impending danger. The next day, taking whatever money he had left, he went to the market and began buying and selling anew. In this he made much profit. On the other hand, his memory returned, and he recovered the lost goods. Then the merchant, with joy in his heart, gave thanks to Allah and set out for his homeland. After several days, having crossed a long journey, he arrived in his homeland. On the way, there had been no danger. Returning to his homeland, he was thinking whether he should go first to his Pir Hazrat Ahmad Rahmatullahi Alaihi or to the court of Hazrat Bara Pir Rahmatullahi Alaihi. When such worry arose in his heart, he suddenly saw his master appear before him. Seeing Pir Sahib, the merchant offered salam, and a smile appeared on his face. The Pir Sahib was aware of his disciple's mental state. He said in a soft voice, "You did not go on the trading trip, taking permission and prayer from Hazrat Bara Pir Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Otherwise you would have fallen into great danger. There was also a possibility of harm to your life." Hearing such words from his own Pir, the merchant was amazed that he had gone to Bara Pir Rahmatullahi Alaihi. How did he come to know? The question in his mind made him silent and guilty. He kept standing with his head lowered. Then Pir Ahmad Rahmatullahi Alaihi said, "After you went on business, Hazrat Bara Pir Rahmatullahi Alaihi prayed 70 times at the court of Almighty Lord of the worlds for the protection of your wealth and life. By the blessing of his prayer, Almighty Allah freed you from danger and returned the lost goods to you. Now give thanks to Almighty Lord of the worlds, who is most merciful and the protector of creatures, and give charity to the poor and needy. This is now an essential duty for you." Upon hearing such words from his own Pir Sahib, all worry left the merchant's mind. He, humbly seeking the Pir's prayer, showed respect. Then his Pir Sahib left. The merchant, without further delay, ran to the court of Bara Pir Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Reaching there, he narrated to Bara Pir in detail everything that had happened from going on the trading trip to returning. Having attentively listened to all the merchant's words, Hazrat Bara Pir Rahmatullahi Alaihi said, "Remember, always obey the Pir's word. This time, by the blessing of my prayer, Almighty Allah has protected you from all dangers, or else you would have suffered great loss." Then that merchant, throughout his life, obeyed his own Pir's commands and prohibitions, and engaged in the worship of Almighty Allah and in business. Bara Pir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi was walking along the bank of the Dajla River. At this time, he saw an old woman weeping on the river bank. He came forward a little and asked, "Oh, grandmother, why are you weeping?" The old woman said, "What is the use of telling you the reason for my weeping? I am not weeping only today. I have been weeping sitting on the bank of this river for 12 years. No one has asked me why I am weeping. Today, for the first time, you have asked. I do not want to tell you the reason for my weeping, because there is no benefit in telling." Then Bara Pir said, "Oh, grandmother, you can tell me the reason. It might just be that Almighty Lord of the worlds might do you some good through me." Then the grandmother said, "Son, listen then. 12 years ago today, my only son crossed this river to get married. Having completed the marriage, my daughter-in-law and my son with the wedding party were returning. At that time, a storm arose on the river. Falling into the grip of that storm, my son, bride, and wedding party all died, all drowned in this river. Since then, 12 years have passed. When I remember my son in grief and pain for my son, I sit on the bank of this river every day and weep." Then Bara Pir said, "Well, grandmother, if Allah Almighty were to return your son, daughter-in-law, and wedding party to you, would you be happy?" Then the grandmother said, "Son, what are you saying? 12 years have passed since they died. Who knows where their corpses and bones are? Who knows into what fish's belly they have gone in this river? How is this possible? How will they be brought to life in the world? Has such an impossible thing ever happened before? Has such an impossible thing ever occurred? Tell me, tell." Then Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi said, "Grandmother, is Allah Almighty unable to do it? There is no such thing in this world. If He wishes, He can turn the ocean into a desert and the desert into an ocean. Then why can He not bring your dead son and daughter-in-law back to life?" Then Bara Pir began pleading at the court of Almighty Lord of the worlds, "O Allah, this old woman's son, daughter-in-law, and wedding party all drowned 12 years ago today. O Rahmanur Rahim, my plea at your court, return her son, daughter-in-law, and wedding party. Almighty Lord of the worlds, hearing Barapir's plea, said, O Abdul Qadir, what plea is this that you are making? 12 years ago they died. Who knows in what fish's belly they are, and having decomposed and dispersed. Bringing people who died 12 years ago back to life is possible only in the hereafter. If they are brought to life in the world, then it would be against the way of the world. Now if they are brought to life, it will be against the order of the world. Then Barapir said, O Allah, from the beginning of this world until today, the sons of Adam have been born and have died. After lakhs of years, the day of judgment will occur. On the day of judgment, if you can gather together the scattered bodies of lakhs of sons of Adam, then can you not gather together the scattered bodies of a few people who died only 12 years ago? O Rahmanur Rahim, there is nothing impossible for you. If you wish, you can turn the ocean into a desert and the desert into an ocean. And this is an ordinary matter for you and for me. Then Allah Almighty said, O Abdul Qadir, you need not say more. I am now bringing back to life this old woman's son, her daughter-in-law, and the wedding party members who drowned in this river. Then it was seen that the old woman's son, daughter-in-law, and wedding party members, all of whom had died 12 years ago, came to the surface along with the boat, and that boat came to the bank of the river. Seeing this play of Allah's boundless power, the grandmother was stunned. Finding her son and daughter-in-law, she was overcome with joy. Then, from the depths of her heart, expressing respect to Barapir, she said, Sir, by your prayer, by Allah's mercy, I have got my son and daughter-in-law after 12 years. May Allah Almighty do you good. Then the grandmother, joyfully taking her son and daughter-in-law home, went, and Barapir also returned from there to his own destination. Now I will briefly discuss the organization of Barapir's religious gatherings. One part of Hazrat Barapir Rahmatullahi Alaihi's working life was religious gatherings, or mahfils. When he was well established in Baghdad and his age had crossed 70, he began regularly organizing mahfils. Before this, on entering working life once, he saw in a dream the great Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam saying to him, O Abdul Qadir, why are you not giving lectures before the general people? He said, O Prophet Kareem Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, I cannot speak Arabic fluently. Hearing this, the great Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam asked him to open his mouth. When he opened his mouth, Allah's beloved Mahbub, Rasul-i Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, recited one verse 7 times and blew into his mouth. After this, the taciturn Barapir Rahmatullahi Alaihi's voice and all obstacles to giving speeches were removed. He would teach students in a sweet voice and rapidly in the Arabic language. At any time, he would have no difficulty giving fluent speeches. In these moments, besides giving lectures at the madrasa, he began organizing large religious gatherings for the general public. Barapir Rahmatullahi Alaihi would give speeches in the field on 3 days of the week. On Friday and Saturday nights at the grounds of Madrasa Qadiriyya, on Wednesday morning at the Eid prayer ground of Baghdad city, he would give discourses. Lakhs of people would gather at his religious gatherings. Besides humans, jinn also continued this work of guidance for about 45 years. Newcomers would often be so attracted to his large religious gatherings, or their outer knowledge would take hold, that at that time there was no arrangement for microphones or loudspeakers. But Hazrat Barapir Rahmatullahi Alaihi's discourses and speeches could be heard by lakhs of listeners. Even in far countries, those who were his disciples could easily hear what Barapir Rahmatullahi Alaihi was saying if they paid attention. Through such miraculous ability, he began delivering to the general public the message of the great ideal of Islam, the rules of leading life, the practice of attaining nearness to Allah, and such matters. His speech series of his working life, are a priceless treasure in the history of Islam. Hundreds of scholars would be present at his religious gatherings, and whatever he said, they would immediately note down. Thus, all his speeches were compiled. Here in today's biography, we will hear parts of a few of Barapir's speeches for viewers and listeners. I am discussing parts of certain speeches. Hazrat Barapir Rahmatullahi Alaihi gave a valuable long speech in a sitting room in the year 54. He spoke about self-purification. Remember, one who has faith in his own destiny, who can endure with patience upon Allah's will, for him there are countless blessings in this world and the hereafter. The great Almighty Allah has said, surely the patient will be given countless rewards. And those who endure with patience in hardship, Allah Almighty is well aware of their state. You have been enjoying limitless mercy and priceless blessings for a long time. For one moment endure. This moment of patience is a sign of your worthiness. Certainly Allah is with those who endure with patience. Allah Almighty grants help and success to those who endure with patience. Therefore endure with patience and be with Him. Being aware of Allah's will, remain firm in duty. After death, you will have no work. Whatever is to be done must be done in this world. Get accustomed to self-purification. Life's success lies in self-purification. O all people, the great Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said that there is a piece of flesh in the human body. If this is right, the whole body remains healthy. If it becomes spoiled, the body machine becomes disabled. This piece of flesh is, you remember, religious devotion, trust in Allah, tawheed and worship through the presence of the heart. Keep the heart pure. Without these qualities of the heart, it becomes disabled. And this heart is like a special casket within the framework of the body in which valuable jewels are stored. Hazrat Barapir Rahmatullahi Alaihi also said in his speech that day, Allah is one and only. Everything is His creation. He is the owner of all power. O worshippers of others, do you have no small intelligence? Is there any object outside of Allah's treasury? Almighty Allah has said, there is no substance whose treasury is not with me. O all people, with perfect patience, wearing the garment of Allah's pleasure, immerse yourselves in worship for the attainment of great joy. Submerge yourselves in the depths of destiny. Allah, the controller of destiny, will make you owners of pleasure and wealth. What you cannot even imagine, Then he further said, O gathered listeners, you were not created only for the pleasure and peace of the world. Give up those habits that are displeasing to Allah. Just reciting La ilaha illallahu Muhammadur Rasulullah with the mouth is not enough for faith. Reciting the kalima and acting on it and believing in the heart is called faith. Misguidance, transgression, aversion to good deeds and abandoning prayer, fasting and charity, verbally acknowledging tawheed has no value. Reciting La ilaha illallahu, you have claimed to be a Muslim. You have only made a claim, but you must be a Muslim. Following the rules of the Sharia, observing the prohibitions of the Sharia, enduring hardship with patience, accepting destiny, doing all these deeds for the sake of Allah, acting with sincerity, holding to the Sunnah, these are the conditions of being a Muslim. O brothers with lowered head, fear Allah. Because His grip is very severe and painful, the arrogant will be arrested in an open state. Almighty Allah is the only companion of the heavens and the earth. Express gratitude to Him. Express gratitude to Him in joy, endure with patience in sorrow, and follow Allah's commands and prohibitions. The former prophets, messengers, companions, and pious people did these things. Enduring with patience in hardship, repenting in difficult times, was their special characteristic. Do not disobey Allah and engage in sinful deeds. Do not transgress. Always follow His commands. Fight with the self. The self is the root of all pain and hardship. O all people, know that the Almighty Lord of the worlds is the just judge. remembering death, the grave, the resurrection, the scale, the difficult day of the bridge, thinking of having to give an account before Allah. Abandon the sleep of the world's delusion and be aware. How long will you keep lying in unconsciousness by the enticement of the self? With devotion, follow the Quran, Hadith, and the rules of the Sharia. Accept the good, avoid the bad. Rush toward Allah. Calling out to society, develop the habit of reciting durood on the great Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Your great Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that at the time of the rain of fire from the sky, only those in the mosque will be saved. Regarding the great saint's lineage, Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi's lineage was Hassani and Hussaini. He was connected in lineage to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam from both father and mother. The paternal lineage. Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi's father's name was Hazrat Sayyid Abu Saleh Musa Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was too Hazrat Sayyid Abu Abdullah Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 3, Hazrat Sayyid Yahya Zahid Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 4, Hazrat Sayyid Muhammad Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 5, Hazrat Sayyid Dawood Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 6, Hazrat Sayyid Musa Sani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 7, Hazrat Sayyid Abdullah Sani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 8, Hazrat Sayyid Musa Al-Johan Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 9, Hazrat Sayyid Abdullah Al-Mahaz Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 10, Hazrat Sayyid Hassan Musanna Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 11, Hazrat Sayyid Hassan Radiallahu Ta'ala Anhu. And his father's name was 12, Sherkhoda Hazrat Ali Murtuza Radiallahu Ta'ala Anhu. Now the mother's lineage. Hazrat Barapir Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi's mother's name was 1, Sayyida Ummul Khair Fatima Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Her father's name was 2, Hazrat Abdullah Saimari Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 3, Hazrat Sayyid Abu Jamal Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 4, Hazrat Muhammad Alaihi. His father's name was 5, Hazrat Abu Ata Abdullah Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 6, Hazrat Abu Aluddin Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 7, Hazrat Ali Jawad Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 8, Ali Reza Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 9, Hazrat Musa Kazim Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 10, Hazrat Imam Jafar Sadiq Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 11, Hazrat Imam Baqir Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 12, Hazrat Imam Zainul Abidin Rahmatullahi Alaihi. His father's name was 13, Hazrat Imam Hussain Radiallahu Ta'ala Anhu. His father's name was 14, Sherkhoda Hazrat Ali Murtuza Radiallahu Ta'ala Anhu. The great saint's character qualities, that is nature, character, conduct, patience, restraint, affection, love, gravity, courage, mercy, compassion and generosity, the strict practice of worship, are quite astonishing. Now let me discuss them one by one. First, nature and character. Barapir was a complete follower of Prophet Karim sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He made no distinction between people. He viewed a king and a beggar with the same eye. Rather, he gave preference to the poor. He would not accept gifts from wealthy people, but he would accept gifts from the poor with a satisfied heart. In his life, he never went to a royal court. Whatever gifts came to his court, he would distribute among poor and needy people. He could not bear people's suffering. He was eager to remove it. He was friendly, humble, sweet-spoken, and gentle. He did not wait for others to greet him. He would greet first. He would extend his hand first for a handshake. Conduct. Because Barapir possessed the aforesaid extraordinary character, his conduct was very sweet and attractive. As people were enchanted by his conduct and behavior, they would become bound to him. He would give due honor to people. He would show affection and love to little ones. On the other hand, his personality and self-awareness were such that even the caliph of the kingdom present before him would consider himself small before him. Yet Hazrat Bara Pir Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi conducted himself with utmost humility and gentleness with all. Bara Pir's patience and restraint. Patience and restraint were a characteristic of Bara Pir's great character. In this regard, he himself said, "Sometimes such a heavy burden of the inner knowledge would be placed upon me that if it had been placed on any mountain in the world, it would have been shattered in a moment." Bara Pir's affection, love and gravity. The embodiment of affection, love and gravity was Hazrat Bara Pir Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. As he bound his own devotees and disciples with the ties of love and affection, so through his sincere, incomparable affection, they loved him with heart and soul and respected him deeply. That is why devotees and admirers would feel immense joy while in his company, present at his blessed court. Bara Pir's courage. Bara Pir stood like a lofty, snowy mountain in patience, moral strength, courage, and fearlessness. In every task, duty, and fulfillment of responsibility, he never bowed his head to injustice. He always kept the flag of justice high. Kings or caliphs, the customary style of writing letters was to first heap boundless praise on the king and to lower oneself to the lowest of the low, which is not exchange, but the cowardice of lacking courage. Hazrat Bara Pir Rahmatullahi Alaihi considered this practice very bad and personally stayed away from it in every way: mercy, compassion, and generosity. A person as merciful, forgiving, and generous as Hazrat Bara Pir Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi is rare in the whole world. His mercy and compassion for people were boundless. Seeing another's grief, his heart would weep. Seeing someone in danger, he would rush to save them from danger. In the field of giving, he was open-handed. It is not heard that any petitioner ever returned deprived from his door. Bara Pir's strict practice of worship. Bara Pir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi continuously offered Fajr prayer with the ablution of Isha prayer for 40 years. Every day in the last part of the night, he would recite Al-Muahitul Almi Al-Rabbu Shahid Al-Hasibul Fa'il Khalaqi Al-Khaliku Al-Bari'u Al-Musabbiru. Along with reciting this prayer, he would disappear from the sight of people's eyes. One time of the night he would spend in remembrance and contemplation. He spent most of the time of his youth fasting. When he offered supererogatory prayer, after Surah Fatiha, he would recite Surah Ar-Rahman, Surah Muzammil, or Surah Ikhlas. When drowsiness came, he would recite the Quran looking at it. The founder of the Qadiri Tariqa, Bara Pir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, played an unforgettable role in the propagation and spread of Islam worldwide. To liberate Muslims from the maze of misconception, he would give the invitation to Islam based on the Quran and Sunnah. To turn people toward Allah and the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he would prescribe various practices. When Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi left worldly life and went to the hereafter, his devotees and followers, with the aim of keeping his practice and character elevated, established the Qadiri Tariqa. Since that time, the practice of the Qadiri Tariqa has spread to our country too. The high stage of sainthood, Ghausul Azam. Throughout the world, in every age, 313 friends of Allah exist on earth and are engaged in the work of proclaiming and establishing the glory of Allah and His Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. In Sufi theoretical terminology, they are called akhyar. Of the 313 friends of Allah, so many are Abdal, 7 are Abrar, 5 are Autad, 3 are Naqib, 4 are Nujaba, and 1 is Ghausul Azam, who is called Qutubul Awliya or Sultanul Awliya. The rest are ordinary saints of other levels. Of the Ghausis of the time, He who was anointed to the higher status, seated on the great throne of the greater sainthood and greater Ghausiyat, is Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Now I speak of some pieces of advice from Barapir Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, which will be useful for every person throughout life. Ghausul Azam. Barapir Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi left behind such jewels of advice whose brilliance will never fade. He said, "The believer's tasks are three: to obey Allah's command, to abstain from his forbidden deeds, and to submit himself to the will of his desire. First fard, then sunnah, and then nafil. To abandon fard and be engrossed in sunnah and nafil is foolish. Attempting to perform nafil while leaving sunnah unperformed has no value. Leaving fard and being engrossed with sunnah and nafil is like abandoning the king and engaging in the service of the servant. Only worship of idols is not called shirk. Being a slave of desire is also equivalent to shirk." Come, let us take advice from two incidents of his life. Once, in a desert plain, Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi was traveling. At a special moment of worship and pursuit of knowledge, from the unseen came a voice. "O Abdul Qadir, I am pleased with you. Through your practice, you have today reached such a stage that I, Allah, am pleased with you. Therefore, from now on, no rule of the Sharia is binding upon you. Whether you worship or not, it makes no difference. In any kind of work, you are now free." Hearing such words, Barapir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi very firmly recited, "La hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi." The unseen voice was silenced. He began saying, "O accursed Satan, I seek Allah's refuge from your evil suggestions. Hearing your proposal, I have understood that this is your terrible strategy, a fatal thrust to lead me astray, because it is in the Holy Quran that Allah does not directly speak with any human child. Moreover, at any stage of practice, the responsibility of worship is not lifted from anyone. Allah never gives anyone the direction to disobey the Sharia. As soon as I heard your voice, I understood that such a word cannot come from Allah. This surely must be Satan's strategy." Hearing this, Satan said, "Saying such words, I have destroyed at least 27 practitioners before this, in this very plain. Today, by your own wisdom, knowledge, and high-level practice, you have been saved, O the greatest saint of the age." Then hearing this, Barapir said again, "La hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi." That is, without Allah's special mercy, there is no strength or power in me to be safe from the deceitful Satan. Allah's beloved Prophet ﷺ has taught us this prayer for being saved from Satan's incitements. Hazrat Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi, reciting this prayer, began to say, at the end of the incident, "You are again trying to deceive me anew. O accursed Satan, you want to understand that I have been saved by my knowledge and wisdom. But what I recited says that without Allah's help and mercy, the servant has no means of protection." Hearing this comment, Satan said, "Truly you are Allah's genuine special servant. In no way could I turn you away from Allah." Saying this, Satan, defeated, withdrew. Another day's incident. At the time of sending Barapir to Baghdad for the purpose of pursuing knowledge, his mother sewed 40 dirhams into his clothes and advised him not to tell lies. On the way, a band of robbers attacked his caravan. They looted everything from everyone. Abdul Qadir Jilani was standing to one side. When the robbers asked him whether he had anything with him, he said he had 40 dirhams. Then they took Abdul Qadir Jilani to their leader. The leader asked him again whether it was true. Ghausul Azam said without hesitation that it was true. The robber leader asked what the reason was for speaking the truth so openly. Ghausul Azam said, "My mother's instruction is to speak the truth in every state." Hearing this, a change of heart arose in the robber leader's mind, and he began to feel that this boy, to obey his mother's command, knowing that his last property would be lost from his hand, spoke the truth openly. And we, forgetting the direction of Allah and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, have been oppressing people all our lives. Due to his truthfulness, many people were guided. The great saint's passing or death on 11 Rabiul Sani 561 Hijri, Barapir Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi left this transient world. In his remembrance every year on 11 Rabiul Sani, Fatiha Yajdaham has been observed worldwide. In Bangladesh too, with appropriate honor and gravity, the death anniversary of Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani Rahmatullahi Alaihi has been observed with Fatiha Yajdaham. Besides this, spreading his prayer mat on the water of every river and crossing the river for the propagation and protection of Islam into Sylhet of Bangladesh, set foot the crown jewel of saints, Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Before Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi came to Sylhet, this Sylhet kingdom was ruled by a harsh Hindu oppressor, the cruel king Gaur Gobinda. How cruel this Gobinda was, let me tell you with a small example. In the Gaur kingdom, a Muslim named Burhan Uddin performed an akika of a cow on the occasion of the birth of his own son. Learning of this news, King Gaur Gobinda flew into a rage because in the Hindu religion cow slaughter is a sin. As punishment for this, he took Burhan Uddin's innocent son and killed him cruelly and cut off Burhan Uddin's right hand. And what is Allah's mercy? On the basis of this incident, after Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi came to Sylhet, the fall of the oppressor king Gaur Gobinda occurred. After ruling for about 43 years through his own spies, Gaur Gobinda came to know that a Muslim saint named Shah Jalal was coming to Sylhet with 360 companions. Upon receiving this news, Gaur Gobinda stopped all boat traffic on the river so that Shah Jalal and his companions could not cross the river and come to this side. Meanwhile, on the other side of the river, Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi and his other companions came and stood on the riverbank. Before this, for the propagation and protection of Islam, along the way he gained 360 companions. Before reaching Sylhet, Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi had to cross the Brahmaputra River and the Surma River of Sylhet. Coming to the riverbank, when there was no boat traffic in the river, his companions became worried. He said, Bismillah, and spread the prayer mat in his hand upon the river. Then he commanded all his companions to cross the river with him. King Gaur Gobinda, hearing of this miraculous ability, tried at various times to stop Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi in various ways. Finally, his fall occurred. Dear viewers and listeners, today we will learn the entire biography of Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi and how he came to Sylhet, defeated King Gaur Gobinda. The crown jewel of the community of saints, Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi was born in the household of the famous Sheikh family Muhammad Quraishi in Yemen, located to the southwest of the Hejaz province of Arabia in 1322 CE. His father's name was Mahmud Quraishi. He was a great, powerful hero. Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi's father was not only a hero but also a faithful and a servant of Islam. After birth at only 3 months of age, Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi lost his mother. After his mother's death, the rearing and all responsibilities of the infant Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi were fulfilled by his father Mahmud Quraishi alone. His father Mahmud Quraishi had received a girl from a good family as his wife, and he was passing his married life beautifully. Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi's father loved his mother so much that after her death, he did not marry any other woman. With much effort and hardship, he began passing his days with the infant Hazrat Shah Jalal. Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi's father, Mahmud Qureshi, fought countless wars for the propagation and protection of Islam. In every war, he brought the news of victory for Islam. Though the owner of much wealth and property, he was not attached to it. Protecting Islam was his main aim. One day, Mahmud Qureshi was playing with his son, Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Suddenly, a soldier came. Coming, he began to say, "Sir, war has begun between Muslims and unbelievers. You must go there." Thinking about this war, it occurred to him that this war would probably be the last war of his life. Perhaps he would not return. Then his little Shah Jalal, along with becoming motherless, would also become fatherless. How would he pass his days? He fell into worry and became troubled with this thought. Anyway, upon Almighty Allah his trust was firm. Then trusting in Allah, leaving infant Hazrat Shah Jalal, he set out to participate in the religious war in the border area of the country. Going to war, engaging with the enemies at one point, he attained martyrdom. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. After his father's death, infant Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi's uncle Kabid Ahmad came and took charge of the care of his nephew Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Hazrat Shah Jalal went with his uncle to his maternal home and there began receiving higher education. At the same time, he always spent time in the worship of Almighty Allah. Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi, from childhood like his father, practiced for attaining nearness to Allah. He was enthusiastic about everything from childhood, as well as being firm and strong. He soon became skilled in various fields of learning. Uncle Sayyid Ahmad Kabid not only educated his nephew in worldly education, but also gave him other education, such as spiritual training, along with Sharia, worship, restraint, moral education, and through this, Marifa education, how to attain nearness to Allah. That education too he gave to his nephew. Sayyid Ahmad Kabid first gave his nephew Arabic education. At one time, he even went to holy Mecca Sharif with his beloved nephew Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi. One day, Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi, while worshipping Allah deep in the night, became drowsy. At that time he saw in a dream that someone was calling him and saying, "O Shah Jalal, the strict practice and asceticism by which you are acquiring spiritual knowledge and restraint, these are not for yourself. Now dedicate yourself to the welfare of humanity. Give proper education to sinful, irreligious people and bring them under the shade of the peace of Islam. Islam is becoming scattered, so give the invitation to Islam to all people of Islam and raise the flag of Islam's victory. Give shelter to the misguided and give them the direction of salvation. Now, there is no opportunity to sit. Establish again the great ideal of the world of Islam, and with its bright rays, try to illuminate the soiled souls immersed in evil practices. May Islam again awaken on the earth. This is the highest desire of the Sustainer. To fulfill that desire, Allah Almighty has given you knowledge. Prepare to propagate the religion. The time to fulfill the responsibility has come near. Where Islam is on the path of destruction, where people are engaged in various improprieties, go there and fulfill the responsibility. After hearing all this, Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi's sleep broke. Then he began thinking about the command received in his dream. The matter he had been thinking about was resolved, but he could not understand where that place was. His resolve was strong. He rejoiced in his heart. He began thinking, has Almighty Allah then sent me to fulfill the sacred responsibility? This desire of Allah I must fulfill. But even after 100 thoughts, he could not select the specific place. The next morning he told his teacher uncle, Sayyid Ahmad Kabir, the words of the dream. At that time his age was 32. His guru, Uncle Ahmad Kabir, was very pleased to hear of his nephew's such dream. He said, "You must fulfill such a great responsibility. I too give you permission. Go, fulfill your responsibility." Then giving a fistful of soil, he said, "In the place where this soil matches in taste, smell, and color, there set up your abode for the propagation of religion." With the blessing of his uncle master Sayyid Ahmad Kabid, Rahmatullahi Alaihi, Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi set out alone from Mecca Sharif of Arabia on the propagation mission. Among the few travel companions who set out with him from Mecca, the chief were Haji Yusuf, Haji Khalil, and Haji Daria. Another companion was Chasni Pir, the keeper of the soil. Before coming to Hindustan, from Samarkand came Sayyid Umar, from Rome, Karim Dad, from Baghdad, Nizamuddin, from Iran, Zakaria and Shah Dawood and Sayyid Muhammad, among others, became his followers. Taking them with him, he entered Hindustan. Then from Multan in Punjab, Karif, from Gujarat, Junaid, from Ajmer Sharif, Muhammad Sharif, from the Deccan, Sayyid Qasim, from Madhya Pradesh, Halimuddin, among others, became his disciples and joined him. In this way, they arrived in Delhi. At that time, the number of his disciples is said to have been 240. Upon coming to Delhi, a certain disciple of Nizamuddin Awliya spread slander about Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi to his master. Immediately, Nizamuddin Awliya, as fitting punishment for this disciple who spread slander against another, expelled him from the court and, calling two other disciples, sent greetings to Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi through them. In reply to the greetings, Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi, as a gift, filled some cotton with a burning ember in a small box and closed it, sending it to Nizamuddin Awliya. Nizamuddin Awliya, opening the mouth of the box, saw that on top of the cotton was a burning ember, but a portion of the cotton was not burning. Hazrat Nizamuddin Awliya Rahmatullahi Alaihi understood the karamat and virtue of the visiting dervish from this incident, and himself invited Hazrat Shah Jalal Yamani Rahmatullahi Alaihi for a meeting. At the time of farewell, as a sign of affection and love, Nizamuddin Awliya gave him a pair of ash-colored pigeons. The ash-colored pigeons that are seen in the area adjacent to the shrine are the descendants of those pigeons, famous by the name Jalali pigeons. Through the Turkish conquest, Muslim settlements had already grown up in Sylhet, in the Tultikar locality, and in Taraf of Habiganj. The Muslims of that time had established settlements. At this time, in the Gaur kingdom of Sylhet, there was a king named Gaur Gobinda. He was very cruel and oppressive. When that Gaur Gobinda cruelly killed Burhan-Uddin's son and cut off his right hand, Burhan-Uddin went to the then king of Bengal, Shamsuddin Firoz Shah, and complained of this cruel murder. The king sent his nephew Sikandar Ghazi with a huge army to the Gaur kingdom of Sylhet. When the royal soldiers tried to cross the Brahmaputra river, the soldiers of King Gaur Gobinda bravely shot fire arrows at the Muslim army and made all efforts fail. News of Sikandar Ghazi being repulsed and failing due to the power of Gaur Gobinda reached the Sultan of Delhi, Alauddin Khilji, who was grieved at this news. Later, the emperor, in consultation with his court scholars and astrologers, was informed that Gaur Gobinda had won the battle through magical power. According to the astrologers, the Sultan's army had a person of spiritual power. Under his leadership, if an expedition were sent, then confronting Gaur Gobinda's sorcery, the conquest of Sylhet would be possible. The astrologers, as a means of identifying that person of spiritual power, said that in the next 1 or 2 nights in Delhi city, in a heavy storm and rain, the entire city would be flooded. Significant damage would be seen in every house. Nowhere would there be any lamp, except in a single tent. The emperor, following the astrologer's words, on that stormy, rainy night, saw an ordinary soldier sitting in a tent, reciting the Quran with concentration. The emperor arrived there, learned of everything, and requested him to lead the Sylhet expedition. That was Sayyid Nasiruddin. Upon Nasiruddin's agreement with the emperor's command, the emperor, along with the Sanad of Sipah Salar, sent him to Sikandar Ghazi. Meanwhile, Ghazi Burhan-uddin was staying in Delhi at that time. At this time, Shah Jalal too came to Delhi with his companions. It was in Delhi that Burhan-uddin met Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi. Here, Burhan-uddin narrated his sorrowful story to him. Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi set out from Delhi for Sylhet with Burhan-uddin and 240 companions and followers. Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi came to Satgaon and near Triveni met the vanguard sent by the Emperor of Delhi, Sipah Salar Sayyid Nasiruddin. Sayyid Nasiruddin, having learned about Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi, expressed the desire to accept his allegiance. Along the way, Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi's disciples continued to increase. Coming from Triveni to Bihar province, several more religious warriors joined, among whom Hisamuddin Abu Muzaffar is notable. From here, along with 1,000 cavalry and 3,000 infantry brought by Sipah Salar Sayyid Nasiruddin, Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi, taking his own companions, set out for Sonargaon to meet Sikandar Ghazi. As soon as Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi came to Sonargaon, he met Shah Sikandar Ghazi. Sikandar Ghazi received Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi with great honor. Hazrat Shah Jalal, along with his companions, followers and soldiers, gathered at Shah Sikandar's camp, and from Sikandar became aware of all matters regarding the war. Sikandar, inspired by Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi's ideal, accepted discipleship and set out for Sylhet. In this way, the number of Hazrat Shah Jalal Rahmatullahi Alaihi's disciples grew to 360.